Good morning, bom dia, welcome. We are going to start our first session today, and welcome to also those who might be sitting on the other side of those lenses camera. So you there far away have also possibility to send questions via the Zoom chat, so they will be read here. So please, and comments also, and all kind of messages. No, all kind of messages we are not going to read, but those relevant things. So, the same goes with us here. Let's stay in relevance today. And the first speaker will be Rosa Thorstinsdottir. Something like that, and she comes from Iceland, and thanks for her, I first time wanted or had the possibility to look what does the rímar mean. So, yeah, it was it rima? Yeah, rima. Yes, because I know quite a lot of things in Scandinavic languages and Scandinavian, but rima was a new term for me. But now I know approximately. I was looking in Google, so I'm very curious. So you are very much welcome, Rosa.
Yes, I would like to begin by thanking Rui and Marinella, and especially Thomas maybe for having me here, for inviting me to come, because I didn't know of this event, and I'm no specialist in Proverbs, but I'm beginning. Here it is. The institute that I work for is named after this man, Árni Magnússon. He was a professor at the Copenhagen University, archivist at the Royal Archives, and a librarian at the University Library of the University of Copenhagen, and at the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. He was assigned by King Frederick IV of Denmark to survey conditions in Iceland. Árni Magnússon was an Icelander, not a Dane. And this took 10 years, from 1702 to 1712, most of which time he spent in Iceland. The ultimate results of the survey were the Icelandic census of 1703 and a land register. Árni had a lifelong passion for collecting manuscripts, principally Icelandic, and during his 10 years surveying Iceland, he had access by the king's writ to all manuscripts in the country. He had his collection with him and worked on it during the winters, and when he was called back to Denmark, the collection and the survey papers had to be left behind in Iceland, but were shipped to him in 1721. When he started collecting, most of the large codices of Icelandic medieval manuscript had already been removed from Iceland and were either in royal collection in Copenhagen or private collections in various Scandinavian countries. But there was plenty left, especially since Árni was interested in even humble items such as a single vellum leaf or even parts of folios. What he could not secure, he would borrow for copying, and a number of copyists worked for him at his professorial residence in Copenhagen. His collection became the largest of its kind, that is, the largest collection of medieval Icelandic manuscripts. Unfortunately, his house burned down in the big Copenhagen fire of 1728, but with the help of friends he was able to save most of the old manuscripts. When Árni Magnússon died in 1730, he bequeathed his collection to the University of Copenhagen with provision for its upkeep and for assistance to Icelandic students. But when Iceland became a republic in 1944, the wish was that we would have our cultural heritage in the manuscript back to Iceland, and it was the law was passed in the Danish Parliament in 1961 that manuscripts that were Icelandic and dealt with Icelandic subject material would be repatriated to Iceland, but it took 10 years for this to go through all the court system in Denmark. So in 1971, the Denmark High Court decided that it was lawful to return the manuscript back home. As we said, the slogan for this campaign in Iceland was "the manuscript back home." So Árni's remaining collection is now divided between two institutions, both named after him and both educational as well as archival in purpose: the Árni Magnússon Collection in Copenhagen and the Árni Magnússon Institute for Icelandic Studies in Reykjavik. But let us turn our attention to the manuscript I will speak of here. In the summer of 1707, Árni Magnússon traveled to Þingvellir to attend the Alþingi, the Icelandic parliament. And while there, he received a thick Rímur manuscript. The donor was Pétur Bjarnason, the farmer at Staðarhóll in west of Iceland. And this information we get from Árni himself. It's his handwriting there. And he says, a book of Rímur from Pétur Bjarnason of Staðarhóll, given to me to possess, 1707, at the parliament. And this must be one of the manuscripts that then traveled to Copenhagen in 1728. No, 21, sorry. But in the catalogue that was prepared after the Copenhagen fire in 1728, Árni's assistants gave it the number 604 and described it as an unbound vellum manuscript, a handbreadth wide. So I don't know how big his hand was. And but since it has been divided into 8 shorter volumes, marked A through H, and known today as Staðarhólsbók Rímna, or the Book of Staðarhóll Preserving Rímur, with the self-mark AM 604 quarto. Rímur is a genre of long narrative poems that can be traced back to the 14th century. The manuscript once contained 33 complete sets of rímur. So rímur are we call them sets, and the rima is the singular form of the word. So each rímur set contains of many rímur, is like a chapter in a story. And it contained 33 complete sets, measuring around 280 folios. Only 248 folios remain, and some of the rímur are now incomplete. Its first and last leaves have not been lost, however. The book begins with a decorated initial and ends with a page that was deliberately left blank by its scribe. The final rímur set ends near the bottom of the leaf leaves recto side. So it's a space on the bottom, and then the turning page is empty. Other capital letters of the manuscript, apart from the first one, are usually decorated only with a pen flourish and some with a little green ink. And the same can be said of the drawings that are on the edges. So we here have a green dragon here. The vellum, the calf skin that was used for Icelandic medieval manuscripts was an expensive component. And when manuscripts were written, efforts were made to use every piece, even though there were small defects in the skin. This can clearly be seen in the rhyme book from Staðarhóll, the Rímur book from Staðarhóll. The folios different in size and are irregularly shaped, and the writing follows the shape of the skin, as can be seen from the picture before and also here. And also the writing is wrapped around holes in the skin, and tears are sewn together. So can you see it? Yeah? So, oh, no, sorry. Can I? No? Oh! Help! What is the, here it is, yeah. See here, it's sewn together, and also here. Okay. Yeah, and so the skin was then fully utilized. It has been pointed out that the making of the manuscript was carefully done, and it was meant to last for future generations, even though they used the cuttings of the whole skin. If you have a calf skin, you're going to make a large book. You use one calf skin for 2 folios. But then you cut all the, you know, if I'm a calf, I have a skin over here also, and here and here. So they use the back and then cut from them all the irregular shapes. But they are used then in book like this, and often in saga books also we see that. The rímur in Staðarhóll's book vary considerably in age. Some are among the oldest extant rímur, while others may have been composed not long before the manuscript itself was written. Of the roughly 60 sets of rímur dating from before the mid-16th century, over half are found in this book. So it's not without reason that AM 604 quarto is considered the greatest of all rímur manuscripts. Nothing is known from where the manuscript came to Pétur Bjarnason, who gave it to Árni Magnússon. But it is written in the Westfjords in the 16th century by a single scribe, conclusively identified as Thomas Arason. Thomas, his brother Jón, and their father Ari Jónsson number among the best scribes in Iceland in the early to mid-16th century. Their dates of birth are unknown, but it is believed that Ari was a priest in the Westfjords, could not have been born before circa 1490, and his 2 sons were born in the 1510s or at the earliest. Yeah. All were prolific scribes, and their handwriting is very similar. In copying out the rímur, however, Thomas has added his name to some marginal comments, and his name has been concealed in a verse that follows one of the rímur sets, where the names of the runes, Týr, Úr, Maður as a man, Ár, and Sól, a sun, stands for the letter T-U-M-A-S. You see how he does it. Yeah. And colorful marginal notes like this are a defining feature of this manuscript. Such marginalia have been a part of books since late antiquity. The practice of writing marginalia increases in the Middle Ages, which can, for example, be seen in the rich commentaries to classical, biblical, and law texts. Marginalia can be roughly divided into two groups. The first type are annotations to the main text, and such annotations are found in books throughout the centuries from around the world, in both manuscripts and print. These consist of, for example, explanations, thoughts, references, or personal opinions directly linked to the text. The second type are those that do not relate to the text in any way. Both these types can be written by the main scribe of the manuscript or added by later readers or owners of the book. If corrections to the main text are left out, the bulk of marginalia in Icelandic manuscripts belong to the latter type, as most are unrelated to the main text of the page. These can be various comments, thoughts, and opinions, meaningful or not, names of readers, owners or scribes, verses, sayings, doodles, or pen trials, or almost any random text the person writing in the margin could come up with. In Jelena Jessoa's research on marginal poetry and pictures in Icelandic manuscripts, it can be seen that from the 15th century onwards, marginalia become more personal than in earlier books. She points out that in older manuscripts, the margin are reserved for corrections or additions to the main text. She adds that the reason for this development is most likely to be traced to the shift in Icelandic manuscript culture at the beginning of the 15th century, both due to the plague in 1402 through 4 and the reduction in book export to Norway. And this was because the language changed, so the Norwegians stopped being able to read Icelandic at that time. Many of the marginal notes here in this manuscript concern the scribe's health and handwriting, but there are also verses and prayers. Thomas, the scribe, has much to say about his writing and the quality of his ink. For example, here, the ink mixes poorly for you, my old Thomas, he says. Thomas's age at the time is unknown, but he himself claims to be old, like in this sentence. He often complains of failing eyesight, with a wry humor that leads to remarks such as, "The dullard is weak-eyed." And then he complains about the work of the scribe, and for example, here, "It is foul to write under the northern wind." So maybe the scriptorium, it was really cold in the scriptorium when the north wind was blowing. And also, "I am bored of writing." One scholar has pointed out that the scribe often writes of women and love for them, yeah, and he has even suffered a heartbreak because in one marginal note he writes, "It is past that love she had." So it's past that love for me she had. It often rhymes, so I was trying to translate it with a rhyme, but it is actually said, "She doesn't love me anymore." And we also see prayers, as I mentioned. Often often these are centered around the eyes and the eyesight, such as, "My Lord Jesus, see this with me." So help me see this. Or, "And Jesus, see my eyes. Look at my eyes." And here we can see he calls on Saint Leodegarius. Leodegarius was a French saint, and according to sources, he was not very well known in Iceland, though he is mentioned and his mass day placed in some of Icelandic calendaria. But he was the patron saint of those with failing eyesight and the blind, probably since his martyrdom included his eyes being drilled out, as you can see here in this illustration. The most common marginalia, however, are proverbs, which are so numerous that as to constitute an entire collection of proverbs. Many, such as "a tiny tussock can upset a heavy load," and "a sitting crow stars," are still current in use in Iceland. Often the sitting crow stars has now the ending, but a flying one has something to eat. Flying one, flew one defied. You get something. And others are not as widely known as this one. "Lítið læris leiðum strák," a bored boy learns little. And I don't need to tell you here that proverbs are known from ever since ancient times, and likewise they are of course known in old Icelandic sources. The Districts of Cato was used as a textbook in Iceland from the 11th century, and a poem called Hugsvinsmál is composed under the same meter as many of the Eddic poems, if you've heard about them, and dated to the Hugsvinsmál is dated to the 13th century and is a loose translation of the District of Cato. One of the oldest and best sources of Nordic proverbs is the skaldic poem Málsháttakvæði, literally the poem of Proverbs, composed around 1200. In AM 604 Quarto, I have only found one proverb from these two poems, and that's "It's better to live wealthy," which in the scribe puts the tongue-in-cheek addition of "says who has 100 cows." A few proverbs in the manuscript are known in other old Icelandic texts, most from the sagas of Icelanders, and noticeably most in Njál's saga. There are 4 in Njál's saga, and then one in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 others. And one of them is shared both in Saga of Howard of Ísafjord and the Saga of People of Vopnafjord. In Njál's saga, there are examples of the person saying the proverb, literally pointing out that it is a proverb by adding it as the saying goes or something to that effect. But when the sagas are translated to English, the sentences are kept, although not always as proverbs, as in one translation of the saga of Grettir the Strong, where the proverb "much is alike with those who think themselves good" is changed into what is said of Grettir and his brother Atli: "They are both too proud for their own good." A similar example is to be found in Njál's saga, where the proverb "the hand's pleasure in the blow is brief" appears 3 times in the saga, but is sometimes translated as "short is the hour of triumph," and once as "but a short time is the hand fain of the blow," which is a more accurate translation. It is interesting to examine how the proverbs in Staðarhóls book land in different parts of the manuscript. As I said in the beginning, the manuscript has now been divided into 8 books that differ in size. So, as you see here, it's in section C that the scribe finds his stride, and in section D there is a proverb almost on every page, and on some there are 2 The frequency stays in section E, but falls off a cliff in section 5, and even more in section G, but make a return in section H. And I have still not found any explanations for this difference, and have not examined how other marginalia is spread throughout the manuscript. But as I said before, there are all sorts of personal notations. No systematic research into documentation of marginalia in Icelandic manuscripts has ever been done, but marginalia can sometimes give invaluable glimpses into the history of the book, its use, or a reader's perception of the text. It is yet to be examined if this is the case in this manuscript, but it is certain that marginalia gives us a great insight into the environment, context, worldview, and even the mental attitude of a scribe that lived in the times of the Reformation in Iceland in the 16th century. Thank you.
We have 1 minute time if you have a question to make. Good, no, I have. It was, this was very much the same as yesterday we heard about Lucy.
Yeah, it was a sequence to that.
Yes, and and it was very nice because now I could follow a little bit more. So these texts, were they in Latin, Danish, or Gamalnorske?
Yeah, in Icelandic we say. Old Icelandic.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So it's yeah.
Yeah. So it was not Latin.
No, it's not Latin. No.
Yes, and not Danish.
No.
And it was important because those of us who knows the history of Iceland, there comes and goes Danish and Norwegian.
Yeah. And Old Norse, it's called also, but that's also
and
the
then
Old
there
Icelandic.
also comes and goes on Germanese and English and everything American like that. So that's very important that something has stayed from the beginning somehow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I am very. It is impressive that. You have written text from that time. Yes, thank you. Jonathan, if you promise to ask very shortly. And for us,
Richard wants to ask.
Richard is going to speak next, so he'll speak. Take his time.
Hi. Are some of the Proverbs in alliterative verse? For example, the one about the bored boy seems to have 4 stresses and maybe alliteration.
Lítu lærist leiðum strák. So it's alliterated, and it's very much like that. And he also uses a much rhyme. So, and sometimes we could say that the proverb is the first line in a verse, and then he adds something that rhymes. And sometimes he uses the proverbs to link to what he's doing when he's writing. For example, and now I don't remember the proverb, but a proverb that says that something is bound to go badly or something, and then he adds, and it's the same with my handwriting here or something like that.
Thank you very much. And now we thank one more time because. I don't try to be unpolite for you, but I try to be polite for the next speaker and the next after him. The next one will be Richard Harris, professor, which we have met already. The road to Norse wisdom, norske wisdom. Isn't it so?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Oh, ska vi snacka norska? Yeah. Okay. It was not a joke. But this is a little bit wider things, these sagas, than rimas. So in Finland we are quite aware of sagas, but rimas were new for us. So
yes.
but now are going to hear. Would you
Yes.
like to get this chair?
Oh, well, thank you. No, but don't start counting yet. Okay, don't count my minutes. I just want to mention, I was just, when I heard Rosa talking just now, I got in touch with Christina Schott, who is at Erskine College down in South Carolina, and she hopes very much to come and talk with us next year about Tomas and those interesting proverbs and the way in which they are arranged around the margins of the manuscript, and so she was. But I think I'll get more attention here. And so be sure that you all have your handouts, and I should say very, very quickly, the handout from today and the one from my workshop. There's no need to listen to me if you have those handouts. You can just look at the handouts, and all the good things are there, and one stays awake more easily that way. So here we begin, yes, we're beginning now. I guess I can do that now. We can start counting the time. All right, okay. So about 10 years ago, I began to write a book about wisdom of the North, proverbial allusion and patterning in the Icelandic sagas. This book studies the prose literature of medieval Iceland, first in light of its explicit proverbial content, the Proverbs. We can, like when we find raisins in the raisin bran, we can go through and find the Proverbs, pluck them out. It's very delicious. It's a happy project. And then 2, the saga composer's use of proverbial allusion to convey and emphasize their intention. And then 3, a view to exploring the influence of a historically and psychologically extended background of preserved communal wisdom, which I call perennial cognitive patterning, among the pre-literate North Germanic folk. Now, about 40 narratives written down in Iceland in the 13th and early 14th centuries constitute what are called the family sagas, the Íslendinga sögur. Composed by literate and even highly educated individuals, they tell of the settlement of Iceland by Norwegians centuries earlier, and the adventures of their subsequent generations on that island. It was among these works that I pursued my developing interest in Proverbs. In October of 1998, I was teaching a seminar at my university in Old Icelandic literature, which is no longer possible, where I remarked one day on the repetition of phrases and proverbs in the late, great 13th century Njáls saga. An obvious instance, I said, was the proverb which meant the hand is soon sorry that it struck. A diligent student, Shelley May Lepudra, whose name I always mention at these events, responded, yes, it is used 3 times, once in each of the 3 sessions. She understood this, of sections of the narrative. Neither she nor I then knew this had already been remarked by Finnur Jónsson in his 1908 edition, but a few hours later I had read carefully the respective passages of its occurrence and had begun wondering what, if any, purpose the saga's composer might have had in placing them as and where he did in the saga. By 2002, I had been to several conferences with a paper on repeated proverbs in Njáls saga, and I finally sent it to Professor Meader, who very kindly published it for me with lots of good advice. He also generously provided me with advice to get TPMA, Thesaurus Proverbiorum Medii, for any of those who don't know. It's very large, it's very expensive, and it's absolutely necessary if you're going to do the studies of medieval literature, the premiology, that sort of thing. So like all of us, the whole thing is from Professor Meader, you know. It's like in The Tempest, where we have Prospero and his island, and this is Professor Meader's island. He's Prospero, and he's the magician who produces all of these wonderful things that happen here. Well, so it just occurred to me this morning, sir. There were bells chiming as I went walking past, and I thought the little fairies are making music as I make my way to the podium. Well, all right, so. I lost my way. I'm sorry. Okay. Now we're going to think very boringly about theoretical development. As I compiled my concordance to Proverbs in the sagas, which took 10 years or so, I sought to format the material in a way most useful to readers, first arranging data in sections, one for each of the sagas. As the recorded data grew in volume, I found I must arrange some pattern of cross-referencing if my concordance was to become any more useful than an obsessively careful list of discrete articles from discrete literary works. The sagas, whether of families or of poets or of bishops or of kings, are anything but discrete, that is D-I-S, discrete in their existence, and it was diverse sorts of intertextual linkage, and there were countless phraseological connections between them, including the premiological, as gradually became clear to me. They were all one saga, as Carol Clover likes to say. A sentential passage from one particular saga might be more usefully entertained if it could be found in several other sagas of more than one generic category. Thus, a passage in Volsunga Saga, meaning never trust the oaths of a wrongdoer's brat, whether you are his brother's slayer or you killed the father, which sounds deliciously pagan in its Nordic sentiment, but it's echoed in similarly worded advice found in one of the autobiographical sagas of an Icelandic bishop. Who would have thought bishops would think about killing the son as well as the father? But, they're very practical people. And incidentally, I might add, it is not at all peculiar to Nordic wisdom. We find it also in Aristotle's Rhetoric, where he twice quotes from the epic cycle Cypria by Stasinus. Foolish is he who, having killed the father, suffers the children to live. Here I thought it was so Nordic. Wherever you have a feud culture, it makes common sense. Get rid of them all. Such awareness might enable more objective and complex critical analysis than would be the case with simple knowledge of a single and perhaps deceptively discrete occurrence of the cited text. And thus I became immersed in the necessities of frequent and perhaps overly full cross-referencing. Doubts over how much data I should be recording led to my question, which was the biggie, what, after all, am I collecting? What is a proverb? Was there, in fact, any useful consensus on the matter? Everybody here, I guarantee, has a secret definition of the proverb and would willingly kill other people for that definition. And I don't do that. I'm more practical. You'll see. So I would halt at points when what seemed a proverbial string of words in a saga occurred, and I would record it because I didn't know for sure exactly what it meant, but I said, this needs recording, and I'll find out later. And so I knew that there was like B.J. Whiting, who knew when he found a proverb in a text tingling in the tips of his fingers, like Archer Taylor, who famously wrote of an incommunicable quality that simply made the proverb apparent in a text. So there we are. But what was that mysterious, incommunicable quality that excited the tingling in Whiting's fingertips and so forth? And so I began to feel that for my purposes, the way to a categorical definition of a proverb string lay somehow in its syntax. And I felt it was necessary to have something to hang on to for me, for my work, a working definition, let's call it. And so that's what I developed or found. Glancing through collections of proverbs from geographically, historically, and culturally distant societies such as Babylon, Sumer, Egypt, cultures so different from mine, in fact, that I couldn't understand even the translated proverbial meaning of the strings, yet I somehow knew that they were proverbs, even though I didn't know what they meant. So I eventually found the work of such premiologists as Alan Dundas, and Beatrice Silverman Reinreich, and especially Shirley Aurora. That's for me. That was where the gold lay on this very prominent and problem, and quite agreed. In fact, frequently experienced that one might easily identify a string as a proverb before knowing whether it satisfied the established demands of tradition and currency and so forth, those prerequisites that we get from Aristotle's thinking. And the etymology, the Greek and Latin terms themselves, paremia, words by the road, proverbia, words put forth, that we have reinforcing the Aristotelian definition. So I was struck by the admonition of Dundas, who remarked in 1975 on the directions in which premiological research had been developed, complained then of the traditionalist status quo in proverb studies, observing the persistence of an early historical emphasis where commonly he says, not Dundas says this. Commonly, the goal is 1, to discover the proverb cognates among peoples with related languages, 2, to propose the possible places and times of origin for original sagas. Proverbs. Okay, so thus scholars could be interested in devoting themselves to what we might term perennial archaeology, digging around, going back as far as they could, that sort of thing. And Dundas's terms for that. Such endeavors tended in the best circumstances to lead to a clearer understanding of the proverb's significance in its successive cultural contexts. Although often producing interesting results, these pursuits required vast scholarly breadth, like Professor Meader's, and tireless investigation, which then led to conjectural conclusions. Clearly, for precisely accurate definition, we were dealing with a linguistic matter. I looked at it, I said, it's a bunch of words. It's some sort of a sentence. It's a language. Let's study the language. A linguistic matter. After all, as Aurora and others and I myself had observed, recognition of a proverbial type string occurred without any awareness of past or current usage. Now, in 1957, Noam Chomsky, who was very good at some things, had shown in his syntactic structures how the grammaticality of a sentence was separate from its semantic significance. That is, the string of words, colorless green ideas sleep furiously, is grammatically a sentence of English. Although it is nonsense in terms of actual meaning. And here's another one. Furiously sleep ideas green colorless is, on the other hand, not a grammatical sentence of English, as well as being nonsense. So then, Chomsky concluded, grammar, he says, is autonomous, is independent of meaning. We can have grammatical sentences which don't mean anything. Grammar, syntax. Although we can't define the term sentence, have you ever thought about what is a sentence? Well, only in grammar schools do they pretend to teach that. We can't define the term sentence with satisfying accuracy. We thus have the linguistic competence to recognize a grammatical sentence by its syntactic structure, devoid of any reference to its meaning. So, we continue. And so from a linguistic perspective, I decided that the same could be true of the proverb, that it was, after all, merely a type of a sentence, which generally observes either how the world is or how we should behave in it. Which seems to me, I was thinking I had last night, in Jungian terms, this is the business of the superego. We could have a book called The Voice of the Superego is Heard in the Proverbs. I'd never thought about that before. Now, in Chomskyan terms, we have what he calls the linguistic competence to distinguish between the sentence that is a statement and one that is a question. We hear the string, we say, it is a question. How do we do that? In the latter, an underlying cue, a marker attached to the generated string, still in the deep structure, transforms its syntax so that we recognize the surface string as a question. Again, in Chomskyan terms, then it seems reasonable to assume that, although this is a lot more complicated than my sentences, let me tell you, this would take 10 years of work, if that worked even. We could term a P marker, for which, in the process of transformation, a surface string, the hearer has the competence to recognize as a proverb as it emerges. And sure enough, various people have fiddled around trying to find what it is in the structure of the proverb that makes the proverb in its structure. For those who adhere to the Aristotelian view, this syntactic approach could seem rather uncomfortable. Less so, however, if we consider Ferdinand de Saussure and his concept of the object of linguistics. He distinguishes first between internal and external linguistics, comparing these different pursuits to the description of a game of chess. In chess, he says what is external can be separated relatively easily from what is internal. If I use ivory chessmen instead of wooden ones, the change has no effect on the game, on the system. But if I decrease or increase the number of chessmen, this change has a profound effect on the grammar of the game. One must always distinguish between what is internal and what is external. In each instance, says de Saussure, one can determine the nature of the phenomenon by applying this rule. Everything that changes the game in any way is internal. Nothing then matters except the details of how the game is played, or how a language is used, how the words are constructed to produce and comprehend mutually intelligible signals between human beings. The true and unique, the true and unique object of linguistics is language studied in and for itself. We can have that engraved on our foreheads, language studied in and for itself, proclaimed by de Saussure. And here de Saussure's concern with internal rather than external linguistic pursuits became operative in my thinking. All became clear if I admitted that it was primarily with a linguistic entity that I found myself dealing, though with as yet undefined rules governing its generation. Eventually, others might pursue the paths indicated by such thinkers as Dundas, Silverman, Weinreich, and Aurora. Such attendant features of the Proverbs, having been used traditionally or enjoyed currency of expression, became secondary, obvious results of the sentence's usefulness in communication. Elements of external linguistics, though to a scholar of, say, folkloristic bent, they might seem more relevant. And this is what I meant, I think, by Aurora, what was meant, I think, by Aurora and her precedent colleagues, although they never quite said so. Nor did they, I think, bring de Saussure into the business, although I may have missed him somewhere, but I haven't found him yet. We take a breath, we change. We're thinking about Solomon, that wise old geezer from long ago, and here we have him. Now, the biblical writer of 1 Kings describes Solomon of the 10th century BC in all his glory, unmatched as a man of wisdom, discernment, and breadth of understanding, as vast as the sand of the seashore, who surpassed the wisdom of all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. He composed 3,000 proverbs. His songs numbered 1,005. He would speak, they can't all have been good, do you think? He would speak of trees, from the cedar that is in the Lebanon to the hyssop that grows on the wall. He would speak of animals and birds and reptiles and fish. People came from all the nations to hear this wisdom of Solomon. They came from all the kings of the earth who had heard of his wisdom. This very wise fellow, then, in a time when literacy must have been rare, recorded knowledgeable wisdom for his people in, among other things, Proverbs, a vehicle, as we know, which was used orally for such transmission over an immeasurable length of time preceding his compilation. And now we're all thinking about Walter J. Ong and people like this, aren't we? Elsewhere, as the literacy develops, we find some of the earliest expression devoted to the recording of Proverbs. They begin to write, they say, what shall we write? We'll write a proverb. And so they write a list of proverbs. There's nothing else to do. As if to imbue with a new permanence the communally remembered learning of the pre-literate past. This recording of proverb inventories early in an age of literacy suggests an urgent awareness of the need to retain, external to human memory, a long-valued body of wisdom which formerly had resided exclusively in the brain, such as it was. At this point, the human cognitive process inevitably, irrevocably changed. The primary power of memory by which we had progressed, and indeed could progress only so far along the road of intellectual development, came to be replaced by skills of literacy. What constituted this great evolutionary or revolutionary difference, and what did it really promise? The deep psychological background of memory would be lost, banished to clay tablet, a papyrus sheet, from the communal mind reliant for so long upon oral expression and transmission. In his Phaedrus, Plato has Socrates tell of a conversation between Thamus, a king of Egypt, and Thoth, a god of the Egyptian city of Naucratis, in which the latter boasts of having conferred upon humanity the gift of literacy, which will make the Egyptians wiser and give them better memories. It is a specific both for the memory and for the wit, says the god. But Thamus, the king, says, no, he says, this invention will produce forgetfulness in the minds of those who learn to use it, because they will no longer practice their memory. Then they will trust in writing instead, and that will discourage the use of their own memory within them. You offer your pupils only the appearance of wisdom, not true wisdom, for they will read many things and will therefore seem to know many things when they, for the most part, are ignorant. and hard to get along with. I like that part. My students are so hard to get along with. I like that. It's very funny. Since they were not wise, but only appear to be wise, like sophomores. Now, often in the early immediate response to literacy, that is the recording of knowledge most valued prior to its technological development, we find tendencies to abbreviation of proverb texts, by allusion to a text, by means of a mere word or an incomplete phrase. So those people in Sumer, they're scratching away on their tablets, you know, and only a word or two of a proverb will do. A mere word, an incomplete phrase, the result in fragmentary proverb texts, which often seem written by students developing their skills in literacy, indicate that this fixed formulaic strings of words were so embedded in memory, they could be recalled by the briefest verbal reference. Centuries later, this continued phenomenon of proverbial allusion, though by then in more sophisticated context, was noticeable enough to receive the attention of Desiderius Erasmus, who in his introduction to his adages writes, occasionally, 10 minutes, is that 10 minutes left? Holy shit. Okay, well, we'd better chatter, hadn't we? We better get chattering, yes. Huh? Oh, should I just quit now and we'll... Now, don't take that 30 seconds off that we just had there. I want those 30 seconds. Let's see. Okay. Now I don't know where I was. Okay. So, Erasmus, who says, occasionally proverbs are alluded to in one word, as in Cicero in his letters to Atticus. Help me, I beg you, says Cicero, prevention, you know. Where he refers to the proverb, prevention is better than cure, but only one word is necessary. As I show in my book, our minds have competence to recall proverbs not only from such lexical, but also from syntactic allusion, and this leaves little room for doubt of the existence, indeed, potential importance of an inventoried premial memory operative in the preliterate human psyche. So it was all there, even to begin with. It was, in fact, an indispensable element of preliterate thought. As Walter J. Ong observed, fixed, often rhythmically balanced expressions of this sort, like proverbs, can be found occasionally in print, indeed can be looked up in books of sayings, but in oral cultures they are not occasional, they are incessant. They form the substance of thought itself. Thought in any other form than things like proverbs is impossible without them, for it consists in them. And so there we have lexical allusion. I feel so guilty talking. I can probably get through 3 more pages before you shoot me. The extended elusive value, then, of the proverb formula provided for its uses in narrative far beyond explicit reference or marked intertextual phrase. A repeated phrase evocative of proverbial expression, a repeated figure or situation in narrative might also signal that the force of a particular relevant proverb text needed to be taken into account in critical interpretation of the work itself. Thus, in the saga of Hropket, a plethora of foolish individuals, or of individuals who behave in foolish ways, might invite the audience to contemplate the pertinence of such a text as, it's bad business helping a fool. In fact, one of the primary helpers in this regard observes as he reluctantly consents to give aid to a foolish supplicant, you ought to know, I think I'm helping a fool in helping you, by which he's saying, this won't go well because I'm helping a fool, by which he refers to the proverb, it's bad business to help a fool. There, now we have lexical allusion. That's what a lot of my articles are about. And then there's syntactic allusion, where we have another saga, the saga of Henþórir, which is very funny. It's a very funny story. And there we find reference to a similarly constructed proverb. It's bad to help a fool. It's bad to help a bad person. And so in both cases, as Rosa will attest to, we have the same syntactic structure, but we change one lexical item, so a fool or a bad person. And so that's what happens in Henþórir saga. And you know, after working on it, you know, I've been snooping around in introductions, and it turned out who but Hermann Paulsen had inadvertently stumbled upon this, and so it was another Harris discovery going on. It was very funny. It was very funny. So, all right. So this is not very important. We'll just tear this up, shall we? No, there's one more paragraph. Okay. For me, this has been a very important occasion. Summing up in public 20 years of intermittent work, and thinking in a few pages, which turned out to be a bit longish. And I thank you again for listening. I must close with this acknowledgement that I would never have undertaken 2 or hopefully 3 decades of commitment to this study of this very special wisdom of the sagas had it not been for my own early experience in Iceland as a Fulbright graduate student there in the 1960s, escaping Vietnam. And in particular, had it not been for the kind, protective guidance of my dear friend Austa Jonsdottir, who fairly adopted me as a rather hapless, immature waif during my stay there in the mid-60s. Or the wisdom and care of my kindly, generous dissertation advisor, Professor Einar Oliver Sveinsson, my life would have been so much different, far less interesting. It was this Iceland of my student days, with its various and often surprising experiences, and to such people as these, that I've owed the most through my entire career and nearly all my life. And of course, to Professor Mader, without whom I wouldn't even be here. My gratitude is endless. Thank you very much for letting me come and talk to you. Thank you.
You stay there, please. We have 5 minutes for questions. If not, so I start. I'm good in starting. Bad and fool. In Finnish, in Old Finnish, we use the same word. They mean the same. Kyllä tyhmä tietää, kyllä paha tietää. So thus are they different? The same in the Icelandic. Fool and bad, are they really, nowadays they are not the same, but in gammalnorska.
Rosa, she asks you. It's an Icelandic question.
He said that don't help fool, don't. It is the same, not bad. But actually, in Old Finnish, we have bad and fool. They are 2 different words, but they mean the same. So has it been in Icelandic or earlier times the same thing? So if we misinterpret
no,
they now.
No, I don't think so. It's not quite the same meaning. So heimskur,
Heimskur, fool. No, heimskur, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Yeah, because you have fifit. That's the one with the head problem. Heimskur means, as you know, in Scottish, there's the word homely, which means best off at home. Yeah. And when we use the word homely, we mean not very good looking. But so for us, it tends to be negative. For the Scots and for Irish English, it's a good thing, homely, a person who is, it's good to be a person who belongs in the home. And for poor Hreidar the fool, Hreidar Heimskur, yes, that's the idea, is that he'd be better off heimskur at home than abroad.
Stay at home.
Yeah. I have an exciting article about that somewhere. But
now I'm sure that somebody else can have found out some questions also. Or we'll ask. Outi, I know, I trust. In bluffing we trust. Lunniin me luotamme. You don't have any question, yeah?
You could always ask about the crest. Would you like to know about the crest?
No, I don't.
No. It is like the bank.
I didn't understand everything because you were speaking because you were speaking so quickly. But anyway.
All Canadians speak quickly.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I understood that were there so that Icelandic people could use one word for a proverb, so they could understand.
Yeah, I think so.
So you said that, like,
well, that's the assumption. Cicero makes that assumption.
Prevention. If you say this kind of prevention in Icelandic, so it means that prevention is better than cure or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what Cicero says. Yeah. And I think we do actually. I think, although it must have been much more active, much more operative in pre-literate societies, it's still there with us. I know it's there because, in our workshop, I alluded to it also. It's interesting to think about. So with Walter Ong, we have the age of pre-literacy and the age of literacy. And just for all of you now, because I won't get another audience like this ever, especially after this one. But the fact is, I tell my students, and I insist, we have entered a new cognitive age around the year 2000, when people became so attached to their cell phones, they no longer read books. So for you and me, I think it is not so comprehensible to read a book on an iPad. I find I read it, and then I forget it very happily within a few minutes. But if I have a solid book, a proper book, then I read, understand, comprehend. It's a completely different process for me. Our boys and girls in the schools now, who are such a puzzle to many of my colleagues, one of the problems, I'm sure, lies in the fact that they are beginning a new age, the age of post-literacy. And when I teach them, I try to pretend that I'm happy about that, and it's a marvelous thing for them to be starting out on. I say, you're so lucky you have a new way of thinking. Whatever that is, remains to be seen. That's all.
You know that everything has two sides. They are nowadays shorting, and they are for the future. We are dinosaurs.
Yeah, I prefer the past.
Yes, so we are dinosaurs.
May I die soon?
Yeah. Oh, and now it is time to move to the next one. I thank you very much. Kello on armoton. It doesn't take bribes. And now the next speaker, as you see, is Nargija Budalayeva from Uzbekistan, and she's going to speak, as you can see, the proverbs and sayings from one novel, if I understand right. Yeah. So you are very much welcome.
Thank you. Before beginning my communication, I want to thank everyone, especially our President Rui and Marinella Soares, and every member of our proverbial family. So let's begin. So we will. I decided to search proverbs in the context. That's why I chose this book, because this book is not the collection of short stories but moral thoughts or kind of ideas of our traditional mentality. That's why with the help of this investigation, I want to show you at the same time the usage of proverbs and our thinking, the way of Uzbek thinking. So, proverbs and sayings are frequently used in colloquial style and bell letter style, of course, especially. We may notice them in novels and short stories very often. Otkar Hoshimov is this one. It's not like that? Here. Yeah. Otkar Hashimov is an outstanding Uzbek writer who wrote a number of interesting novels and short stories. His works are based on real events of people's lives, happened in the recent years, not all one, disclosing main mental and humanitarian issues of not only Uzbek mentality, but also all human beings over the world. Particularly his book called Daftar Hoshiyasdagi Bitiklar, in English, it's just my translation variant, notes on the frame of the notebook, including short stories, sayings, and proverbs, is considered to be didactic, mental, and logic book that conveys unwritten rules of life, life issues, history of the humanity, advantages and disadvantages of traditional habits of Uzbek nationality, family matters, notional thoughts and concepts of those big people. Furthermore, the book narrates many other huge and little, but essential problems of real life that dedicate any reader to comprehend the essence of being alive and teach how to live properly. These above-mentioned features of the book are reflected on pragmatic intentions of the author, which were implemented by several proverbs and sayings in many parts of the book. Even a number of notes in this book contain only one proverb or saying, interestingly, and that is devoted to the, separate new issue. Investigating these proverbs and sayings in this work provides valuable and interesting results on pragmatic potential and social linguistic a role of Provérbios in fiction. So before beginning the practical part of my research, I want to focus your attention to several thoughts, scientific theories or thoughts on the usage of proverbs and sayings in fiction. First of all, of course, from Papa Mide. In 1974, Wolfgang Mide, bibliographer of Proverbs and Proverbs scholarship, seeking to explain the concentration of literary proverb studies on prose and drama with an unfortunate neglect of lyrical poetry, surmised that dramatic and prose writings may be more suitable for proverbial integration than lyrical poetry. So, he has commented on several of the short proverb poems appearing in the anthology, many of them epigrams under such headings such as poems with proverb titles, poems with unchanged proverbs, poems with containing personalized proverbs, poems with proverb allusions, and poems with proverb changed into anti-proverb. We may see in his book, which was published in 2010. So proverbs themselves, as Charles Clay Doyle said, that proverbs themselves, of course, even if they might be regarded as folk epigrams, they're not literature, since they belong to the province of oral tradition. However, proverbs bear an especially intimate relationship with written epigrams. Since ancient times, literary epigrams have sometimes consisted of little more than a quoted proverb, with a minimal comment of elaboration, often for comic or ironic effects. And the next one is Mr. De Caro and Jordan. De Caro wrote about one novel which is called A Good Man is Hard to Find, which was written by Flannery O'Connor. And his thoughts is like that. Although the reader finds it impossible to find a good man in this plainly evil man, the grandmother finds it pathetically easy to do so. An absurd contrast is created between the reader's perspective and that of the main character, the grandmother. So the proverb and at the same time title of the book comes to have a sort of dual usage. On the one hand, it can be taken at face value. The reader can agree with the minor character who earlier in the story uttered the proverb as a judgment. Indeed, a good man is hard to find. So if the people in the story are to be taken as representative humanity, on the other hand, O'Connor plays with the proverb, like we say word play, here proverb play, contradicting it, showing how easy it can be to find a good man if one refuses to face up to the reality of evil. Just as the straightforward use of the proverb is countered by the ironic twisting, so are the horrifying events contradicted by the hilarity which pervades the narrative in this novel, in this story. So now let's move to the next, to the book which I've chosen from our Uzbek literature. In this book, we may see these chapters. It includes a number of philosophical short stories in these following 6 chapters. First one is about nature, society, human, then advice to my children, about wars. It's also essential topic. Childhood is kinghood. The 8th miracle, words making your smile. So I have taken several short stories, including Uzbek national proverbs and sayings in their contents from this book for this investigation. The first one is, you may say, Uzbek variant and English. This short story, we may say, or just thought, includes only the title and one proverb. We may see here the dream of invaders. If 2 rams fight, the wolf's share will be complete. Of course, it's not the equivalent in the English language, but I tried to translate it word by word in order to give you the sense with the components, And the next one is, let's move, call it great sin. You may see the Uzbek variant here and English variant over there. Humiliating a friend is a sin. We have such kind of proverb. And here you may see the culmination, the climax of this text, like humiliating one's spouse is 100 times sin. Humiliating parents is 1,000 times worse. Humiliating a child is an infinite sin. So if we see that the first example includes only one proverb, here the proverb discloses the topic of this short story. And of course, the stylistic effect of increasing of the sense, by sentence in this one, is implemented with the help of proverb. Okay, next, maybe it's just longer. Your intention, your companion. Here, the title is itself proverb. We may see here, Prophet Jesus is also included in Quran, in our religious book. That's why I took this example also. According to the historical narrative, when Jesus gave the life to the dead body, his envious rivals increased as well as his devotees. One of them insisted, "You will teach me the blessing word that revives the corpse." Jesus rejected this man because of his impure intentions. The old man begged and finally accused the prophet of fraud. Jesus Christ taught him that blessing word, thinking, "Come, let him not despair. While walking on the road, that man thought that Jesus still deceived him, and the blessing words he taught was a lie. He looked and saw a piece of bone lying on the ground. As he recited the blessing words to test its power, the bone instantly turned to a giant lion and tore him apart. So this must be punishment for seeking evil from good." Okay, next one is called weight of burden. So here the proverb is used inside of the context, like it said that more women are responsible for providing their families with money than men. A number of men are laying at home. So author, he mentions nowadays. They say he doesn't know about the illness if he is not ill. It's a proverb. Maybe there are reasons for this. Maybe like there is a habit from the time of Adam. Whether a man went straight to death, hunted a deer in the clothes of a lion, climbed to the top of a tree without a ladder and plucked fruit, or scratched the ground with a blunt stick and sowed grain. So, no matter what he did, he found and earned a living for his family. In any situation, the weight of burden was borne by a man. Today's man might not become so weak after all. It's just, prediction, or the author is looking forward to meet such kind of people in our mentality, even these days. Okay, next example is about water. Water flowing in front of you, it's called, and they say the water that flows in front of you has no value. So we may give the example, in English, value what you have. So indeed it is. If we throw away the water flowing in front of us, it endures. If we wash our hands with it, it endures. If we wash our face with it, it endures. Even if we wash our feet with it, it endures. But if we spit in the water flowing in front of us, if we put a stick in it and make it muddy, if we throw trash in it, what is the sin of water flowing in front of us? It's also very, I think, moral, logic one. And the next one is my favorite. It's about mother language. So we have the proverb, the more languages you know, the more of a person you are. However, a person thinks in his native language, dreams in his native language, cries in his native language. Before his death, he calls his mother in his mother language, mother tongue. So that's, this kind of story became very touchy because of the proverb, I think. The proverb is here put in front of the next ideas as paradoxical, in a paradoxical way. So the reverse truth. The more interested a person is, the more he reads. The more he reads, the more he knows. We have this proverb in Uzbek culture. The more he knows, the harder it is to live. It's also, I think, truth for any kind of human being in any kind of culture. Okay, the next one is called love. Here, love doesn't mean just love among men and women, but it includes the many things like taking care, believing, asking help. So here it means love in many ways. So the sun shines equally both on the water of the spring and on the muddy lake. The land grows both chamomile and thorn. There is no good or bad child for parents. Yeah, as we are parents, we always love our children, and that is why we don't feel their negative character, we don't feel their negative behavior, because we are always with them, we love them. That's why there's no bad child or a good child for their parents. Okay, next one is also very interesting, I think. Take care of the bad people. Take care of the bad people. If there is no bad, no one knows the value of good. So this is also a proverb. It's kind of sarcastic, ironic way of saying these things, but still it's true. If we know about what is black, we can feel then what is in the contrast, what is the white. Like that, if you know something bad, we can feel the value of something good. Okay, the next example is the last one. This is called bazaar and mazar. It's in Uzbek, it has got rhyme. But in English, bazaar, it's market, open market. In our country, which is very much populated, we have open bazaars more than just shops or supermarkets and graveyards. Life boils in the bazaar. The graveyard is a place of the dead. In the bazaar, a king is king, a beggar is beggar. And in the grave, the king and the beggar are equal. So the noise in the bazaar doesn't stop, and the graveyard is a place of silence. Bazaar and graveyard, how far from each other? But a clever person never destroys a bazaar, a clever person never destroys a graveyard. How far bazaar and graveyard are far from each other? How close bazaar and graveyard are to each other? So these examples I choose for today's, this research, and as a conclusion, I must mention that proverb or saying is sometimes used as a title in literature, even its prose, even its poetry, in order to attract the reader's attention and reflect the author's pragmatic intention. They introduce the socio-cultural issue briefly, which is going to be explained by the whole story. They conclude the author's idea with touchable sense, including social-linguistic components and pragmatic effects. Proverbs and sayings maintain transactional or dialectic functions in literature, so they link the parts of the story semantically in order to provide logical order of the literary text. Proverbs and sayings are effective tools possessing stylistic devices like metaphor, chiasmus, antithesis, repetition, parallelism, rhyme, alliteration, assonance, which enliven the context with emotional and imaginary features in literature. These stylistic devices are very essential and frequently used in literature. Last but not least, the usage of a proverb or saying in bell-letter style increases pragmatic potential of the context through improving its didactic role sufficiently, disclosing the author's pragmatic intention widely, and strengthening the social-linguistic role of the issue, explaining in the context effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Nargitsa.
Thank you so
And
much.
one thing I have learned today, the remarks on the margin, they are important.
Yeah.
They came you and then yesterday.
Yeah.
So we have been taught that don't write to your books, but maybe I began to do that. So
Why not? Yeah.
yes, there is the first hand up. Was it someone else? I can count them.
For your presentation and for bringing out this interesting book. I can support the words of Lisa because this book, even the title, brings us back or takes us back to the medieval ages where the marginalia were made on the margins of the manuscripts, and even the title refers to the ancient Uzbek culture and history. Yeah. And at the same time, the author brings us to, in our days, in the post-literacy age, as we heard in the previous presentation. Yeah. So it might be a wise person, and this book by no doubt deserves to be read. Thank you once again.
Thank you for your reply. Thank you.
I just checked that there are no online questions. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Narkis. I began to think about the thing which maybe those who are literature scholars could say better, that how much has it happened that a title is taken afterwards as a proverb?
Okay, so this book has got the title, but it's not the proverb or saying. But inside there are many stories or just moral thoughts, and it has got these proverbs. Proverbs are chosen as a title. Of course, these can be catchy. I mean, if reader wants to read something inside, it's not just long novel. So that is why we just look through when we choose the book. So these catchy proverbs and sayings can attract our attention. So it can give us at the same time the whole issue, which is going to be discussed in the story, and at the same time socio-cultural, point while we are looking for these kind of books. I mean, even while you're reading such kind of literature, even I am the Uzbek, as a young person, I can learn my history. The thoughts or mentality which were used by my ancestors. Yeah.
I think that we discussed about detective stories. They use quite a lot of references to proverbs, not whole proverbs. Maybe Professor Harris, remember we talked about detective stories. They often have a reference to the proverb as a title, but title of book, but they don't have whole proverbs. Anyhow, in Finnish, I suppose the same goes in other languages. Yeah. Was there somebody, because you are so near that you could give it to somebody? No question, no comment. Do you have in your languages, because in Finland in Finnish we have many of those. Of course there were the Bible, that one who knows more gets more pain to carry also. Yeah. These are very common for us also. Yeah. But then what comes with whistling goes with, what comes with singing goes with whistling.
Okay.
It is a modern proverb.
Yeah.
Modern proverb.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah. So same meaning, a little bit the same structure, but words. Yeah. But not the same, of course. Yeah. I don't try to say that. Yeah. So, any more questions? Okay, it means that we don't have the good, when you get something good, you don't eat your stomach full. So we have to stop here. And we have now coffee break. And after coffee break, it is, I suppose it's 11 o'clock. Look at here. Yes, at 11 o'clock will be the next one. Oh, it is Risto. So the present from Estonia to paremiology. Yes. Okay. Have a good coffee break. Thank you. Yeah. And thank you for the who were listening. Diploma.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Fine. roads, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. Will you give me something that I can't give you here? Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. Sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the sun is getting higher, and I can't help.
Da mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
Bom dia, bom dia. Good morning once again, everybody. We are continuing our morning session, Risto. So our next presenter is Risto Järv from Estonia. And the title of his presentation is very interesting. Are eggs smarter than chicken, or are they not? Contrasting opinions in Proverbs. In his abstract, Risto mentions very interesting things like Proverbs can be demoralizing, or can a proverb be immoral? These are questions also for me, so I'm curious to hear Piston Risto. The floor is yours.
In life's uncertainties, it is fixed dictums that can help us to choose our direction. One of these types of such established wisdom is the proverb. Employed at the correct moment, these sayings can serve as if convincing arguments that one should not even argue against. In his dispatch of Proverbs, sent to the initiator of Estonian 19th century folklore collecting campaign Jakob Hurt, farmhand Jaan Pruuli from Kursi parish in Tartu region, Estonia, in 1889 put down a number of such assured statements as "Who endures will live long, who desists will have it going for him. 2 dogs of 2 farms will be never fed. Trouble will drive the ox into the well. He who is thirsty will have to leg it." And then, all of a sudden, the list of Proverbs contains the surprising phrase, "The egg is, parenthesis, not smarter than the chicken." Although at first sight this confirmation cum negation may look like a sample from a multiple choice test, the dichotomy created by the parenthesis seems to express more than that. In the context of other proverbs on the list, this recording seems to indicate Jaan Pruuli's awareness that there actually are 2 contradictory proverbs comparing the eggs and the chicken smartness. The Proverbs types registered on the basis of the material in the collection of Estonian folklore archives of the Estonian Literary Museum in the academic edition of Proverbs contain both the claim, "The egg is not smarter than the chicken," type EV 6902, as well another, at first sight, contradicting the former, "The egg is smarter than the chicken," 6909 1. There is nothing unusual about Proverbs being contradictory. The lengthy introduction of the first volume of the same monumental edition of Estonian Proverbs contains a paragraph explaining that any proverb corpus of a more considerable size displays plethora of claims, judgments, and imperatives contradicting one another. The source of such contradictions certainly lies in the practice of daily life that offers problematic situation, enabling or requiring choices at any step. How then are we to reach clarity on which opinion has been favored by Estonians? Who was smarter according to our ancestors, the egg or the chicken? Here actually is the Swedish wisdom illustration, but the problem is the same. The easiest answer would seem to lie in statistics. We should check how many statements in Estonian Folklore Archive collection represent either opinion, that is, how many variants of each proverb type have been archived. The tendency to value ancestors that is characteristic of proverbs would be expected to presume that the mother is smarter. But statistics will crush such expectations. The egg is not smarter point of view has been represented by a meager 11 variants that have been considered genuine folklore in Estonian publication, while there are all in all 105 versions telling us that the egg who is smarter. With a little variation, the Estonian proverb recordings will invariably tell you the egg is smarter than the chicken, the egg is smarter than the chicken, and so on. So you will start to believe that the issue is solved. The egg is smarter than the chicken. Only occasionally in the monotonous mantra interrupted by some explanation that the recordings of folklore have considered necessary to be added to the proverbs. These are not many. The recorder has complemented the proverb with a comment in approximately 1,000 of times. These, however, serve as indicators that the sayings might be taken as ironic. Thus, the brothers Jan and Peter Ainer from Jõgeveste in Helme parish have recorded the following in the late 1880s. Said to the naughty child who will not take the parents' advice. In his 1957 recording from Rannu parish, Arnold Piir has added an ironic saying about impertinent children. Or it has been described as a rebuke to a child who interrupts the parents' conversation. It could be presumed that it is the folksy irony that has boosted the number of occurrences of the variant, and Jan Bruli's parenthetic formulation, is or is not, may be a concise suggestion that is means is not. However, the situation is more complicated than that. In the comments from the folklore archives, we also can find some corroboration that the variant "the egg is smarter" has been taken at face value. Jaak Sõgel from Saarde parish has remarked in 1937, said, when a child comprehends something better than its mother or another older persons. Half-tones may appear also in proverbs that are left uncommented. Andres Juurikas from Tori parish has admitted in 1889 occasionally, it's my emphasis here, the egg is smarter than the chicken. 20 years earlier, in 1869, the schoolmaster Jüri Peterson jotted down, the egg wants to be smarter than the chicken. The farmer, Alexander Edward Vaas from Iisaku parish, explains in a recording from 1889, the egg is indeed, again my emphasis, smarter than the chicken. The popularity of this proverb type in Estonian linguistic space has probably been influenced by a long historical tradition. There is Estonian language recording already in the grammar of Anton Thor Helle, Kurzgefasste Einweisung zur estnischen Sprache, Concise Guide to the Estonian Language in German translation, das Ei wird immer klüger sein als die Henne. Johann Heinrich Rosenblenter periodical Beiträge zur genaueren Kenntnis der estnischen Sprache, Contributions to a more precise understanding of Estonian language, has provided also the sentence Latin equivalent. And Ferdinand Johann Wiedemann introduces the elliptical sentence, the egg wants to be smarter than the chicken, adding, das Ei will klüger sein als die Henne, as explanation in German. Yes, here is Helle, here is Rosenblenter, and here is Wiedemann. The commentary accompanying the text, Estonian proverb type 6902, the egg is not smarter than the chicken, is much more unequivocal. There has been nothing worth explaining, and all 11 recordings state that the egg is not smarter than the chicken without any explication. This shows the unsolvability of general issue as well. But anyhow, as both version exists, anyhow, as interpretation is quite simple or almost quite simple, and so we decided to publish it, and we have to publish it. For example, in our book, They Who Seek will find 1,111 Estonian proverbs with explanations and commentary. authors Piret Voolaid, myself and Lone Ots, we described both variants, and there was no problem. But in case of even the three other proverbs, even the three authors were not always in agreement as to which explanation available in the archive should be used, or whether the author opinion, as they are also representatives of the people, should be given if we do not find it among the restored archives, as no more than a couple of interpretations could be included due to scope limits. Not everything was clear, even if case of such a well-known proverb as a mouse will not run into the mouth of a sleeping cat, that has lesser known counterclaim. At times, a mouse will run into the mouth of the sleeping cat. This latter opinion that seems to deviate from industrious Protestant work ethic leads to the question whether we should be propagating position and proverbs that we do not believe in or even find unacceptable. There are numerous such proverbs that we can consider downright demoralizing. The dearer the child, the more bitter the road. 175 variants in Estonian Folklore Archive. In an uncensored society, the topic, the researcher's self-censorship, arises when dispensing advice. As we keep publishing and making available proverb selections as part of Estonian folklore, is it good to spread it in print that the type text in our proverb hold claims? If it not a mortal illness, spirits will always help. Or how to judge the proverb pair advocating dishonesty? Better to be small-time crook than all-around honest, and steal but to not be found out. Domestic violence is spurred by the type. You can beat the wife as long as a pot of porridge keeps boiling after it's been taken off from the fire. 8 variants. Thus, for many, folklore would obtain the connotations of being wrong, which, however, is certainly not the case. It is clear that such intriguing material could catch the attention of media or social media much more easily than ordinary, didactic, popular wisdom. Yet does it mean that we should declare such immoral proverbs as unsuitable for public consumption and leave them in academic publications only, or is it necessary to keep publishing them also in popular editions? In his inspiring essay on the neglected constitution of ancient Estonia, Oskar Loorits, the founder and first head of Estonian Folklore Archives, actually today is his birthday, has tackled Estonian proverbs in a polemic concerning the drawing up Estonian constitution. Based on Loorits, sociologist of law Aare Kasemets has brought together the highlighted principles in the following list. The principle of wisdom and smartness. For example, Estonian proverbs, smartness is higher than strength, the young to strength, the old to wisdom. The principle of justice. Justice is above all. No one can go against justice. The principle of unwavering truthfulness. For example, truth rises, lie sinks, or lie is the mother of stealing. The principle of honor and honesty. For example, an honest mind is above all, better an honest name than great riches. If, however, someone spiteful wanted to outline a different mentality based on Estonian proverb collections, they could construct quite opposite main points, also fairly deriving from Estonian proverbs. Thus, the hypothetical provocation might claim that a considerable number of people have regarded the following to be characteristic of Estonians as well. First, the principle of doubting mind. For example, Estonian proverb, do not believe the world will mislead you. 115 variants. The principle of the prerogative of the wealthy. Who has might has the power. Who has a purse makes the law. 100 variants. The principle of practical truthfulness. Who is among the wolves has to howl with them. 85 variants. And last, the principle of smart crookery. Lie a little, steal a little, more than crops a half a plowed field. It is true that Oscar Loritz himself mentions such contradictory attitudes, suggesting that proverbs about lying and stealing do not give a recipe as a rule as to how one should live, but rather admit the unpleasant fact of people indeed often living so. However, this is not a thing we can be certain about, as it is difficult to derive a system with unified worldview from proverbs. Arvo Krikman has suggested that in case of contradictory proverbs, the stronger alternative is usually represented by sentences that can be taken seriously, while the weaker is expressed by jocular phrases formulated as proverbs. The modality is, however, not clear in all cases, for usually we do not know the context. In the essay, two proverbs contradict. The Ghanaian proverb scholar Kwesi Yankach, 1984, reprinted in 1994 collection Wise Words, edited by Professor Meeder, has emphasized that what is important in proverb recordings is contextuality, the social context. People do not speak in contradictory proverbs. All proverbs are correct in particular situation of usage. We know that although proverbs do not tell lies, the suitability of the proverb depends on the context and the moments of being used. And so also Oscar Loritz concludes at the end of his essay that proverbs leave everybody the freedom of choice which path they want to follow in life. As folklore in general, also proverbs contain a variety of opinions and involve a freedom of choice. Different proverbs that polemically contradict one another have shown vitality in folklore and are being used on occasions ranging from mundane matters of everyday life up to high-end political rhetoric. Depending on the situation, either the one or the other formulation of a proverb might prove useful, but they should be used with intelligence and awareness, both the chickens and by the eggs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Risto, for the very interesting presentation and speaking about this proverb. Do you believe that this proverb is international, or it's you consider it especially Estonian about the eggs and chicken?
No, there are...
International. Okay.
Latin.
I agree with you. Questions, comments on this presentation? Professor Meeder?
Thank you for this wonderful talk. Exciting for me to see my dear old friend Arvo Krikman on the picture, so I thank you for that as well. I just want to make a very short comment on the chicken proverb. My friend Charles Doyle has termed proverbs that are basically just negated by the particle not. He has termed those counter-proverbs, so you might enjoy that term, counter-proverbs. So in other words, just by adding not. I give you, in the modern American proverbs, we have a lot of proverbs like this. Life is a bowl of cherries, and immediately also life is not a bowl of cherries. And both of them with equal statistical materials like you have. And so we included both of them in our dictionary. But I like the term counter-proverb as a, I mean, you can just call them contradictory, of course, or as you did with all the other examples, but you might like the term counter-proverb. And since this was last night election time in the United States, I give you another pair that I have worked on and very much like. from the 14th century. You have right makes might, but from the same time you have might makes right. I mean, that's a wonderful contradictory proverb pair, which shows you that folklore mirrors all possibilities of life, really. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, Oti? Yeah, Fianula, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Risto. I haven't come across that proverb at all before, but speaking about collections and printed and archives, well, first of all, the archives are always selective anyway. Things are omitted because of the propriety of the collector, and the same with the published collections. And I suppose it's depending who you're expecting your audience to be. You can always make a note in the preface, as collections in Ireland have done before, saying, he didn't agree with the Proverbs praising certain things, and he'd also omitted certain things. Only Marisa in 1906, the Proverbs of Ulster. So as long as it's noted that you might have omitted certain ones or included, I suppose that's a way around.
No, if that notes helps, because sometimes people does not read the preface, and so it's if the text says it like against the contemporary tradition, so it may be problematic. But of course, there is like unanswered question. Thank you.
Thank you, Risto. I think about the Harris's presentation, where I noticed that if you use only one word, it becomes to mind the proverb. Now this egg and chicken, maybe quite often when it is very familiar, so you can only use the egg and chicken question, like without saying anything. If you, I can tell about something and then say that, this egg and chicken question. What about this?
Yes.
So it makes the question like that there are contradictions.
No,
that we have that like a question. Which one was first?
Yes.
And we don't use it always a chicken egg.
It's probably one of the big questions of life of every nation. I have read it very often, but that was interesting in these two different types, as the paralogists of Estonia have been divided to do different types, that also the interpretation of the people was not always the same. So we may not know, but of course there are like some interpretation of the publisher we should rely.
Also, this is a good example of Proverbs that where the mood and how you say it and the context also, yes. It is very important. This is a good example for students, maybe.
And unfortunately, we don't have information about it.
This is a good point to notice that we have contradictory proverbs, because if we think about the logically thought, everything is truth, but if there is one exception, it doesn't cover everything. So, for example, when we are talking about proverbs of women, they are not all against women. And, for example, they are not all against horse. Beautiful girls to horse, ugly girls to servants. Which one is better? we don't know. But anyhow, I mean that it is not, as long as it is not all. Mm-hmm. So those exceptions are very, very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Damian.
Thank you. I know it's a silly question, but I have to ask it about the two variants of the chicken proverb. Is it really possible to know which came first in the corpora? And did
I don't know, but I saw the hand of Professor Mieder. Maybe Professor Mieder knows the answer.
Daniel, in the example I gave about life is like a bowl of cherries and not a bowl of cherries, I think what it boils down to, at least, this wouldn't apply to the Estonian corpus, but to the modern proverbs, the only chance you have is to do your internet research or electronic research, and whichever, at this particular moment, whichever earliest date you find, you might say, this was the start. But in our dictionary, in this particular case, we basically said would be very, very difficult to decide which one was the start. You know. But again, with modern proverbs, it can be a little bit different. Let's just say the proverb first reference is in a well-known movie. But still, there's still that chance that the person who wrote the movie script actually, for whatever reason, heard it earlier. So dating of proverbs is just an incredible riddle, and especially in a corpus that was collected quite a while ago.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you, Risto, for your presentation. Okay, now we are moving to our next participant, Pedro Angelo Costa Ferreira. Come to the floor. And the title of his presentation is The Proverb as a Source of Cultural Archaeology. I think it's quite a new and interesting attitude to discover the social archaeology through the Proverbs. The floor is yours, Angelo.
Muito bom dia, muito obrigado a todos por estarem aqui, terem paciência para me ouvir. Como já sabem, eu vou falar português. A última tentativa que fiz de falar em inglês, nem eu me entendi, e vocês muito menos. De maneira que é em português. Ora bem, ok, é aqui o início. Isto é para a gente não se esquecer, esta definição do Grimm. O verdadeiro provérbio popular não nos oferece voluntariamente o ensinamento. Não é o fruto de meditações solitárias, mas o lampejo de uma verdade pressentida desde longa data e que encontra por si mesma a sua expressão mais elevada. Está traduzido em inglês, não sei se querem que eu leia. Eu posso ler. The true popular proverb does not voluntarily offer us a teaching. It is not the fruit of solitary meditations, but the flash of a truth long felt and which finds its highest expression for itself. Como diria ali o meu amigo, o meu inglês é brilhante. Ora bem, eu tenho aqui um menino que estava nas margens do rio Kev e tem com ele um atado de peixe que é o bagre africano. Ontem a Josefa já trouxe este peixe aqui. É um peixe muito comum em Angola. O bagre é um peixe muito resistente que aparece quando começa a chover. Nós até pensamos que ele vem com a chuva, porque em sítios onde não há nada, está tudo seco, começa a chover e as poças, as lagoas enchem-se deste peixe. Portanto, ele enterra-se no barro e consegue resistir toda a época seca. Logo às primeiras chuvas aparece. The African catfish is a freshwater fish that inhabits rivers, lakes and swamps. E agora aqui, está aqui. Isto é uma casa, é a minha casa lá no mato, na aldeia. É feita como todas as casas lá, de terra. Portanto, aquilo é barro moldado, formando aquilo que nós chamamos o adobe, e é assim que nós construímos lá. Eu trouxe aqui esta casa para relacioná-la com o bagre. Deixem-me só dizer uma coisinha em inglês que é para explicar isto. This house, it's my home, and it was built with mud. Então, eu vi nas ruínas de uma casa, portanto as aldeias têm casas novas, estão a ser feitas, têm casas já antigas, estão habitadas e têm ruínas, porque se o telhado se mantiver, a casa dura muito, mas se deixar de ter telhado, como aquilo é terra, não é? Com as chuvas, desfaz-se tudo. E então eu vi uma ruína a ser fustigada pela chuva e de repente, de dentro de um bloco daqueles de barro, salta um bagre. Portanto, o bagre é efetivamente um peixe com muita vida. É por isso que está aqui esta ligação. Eu tinha programado com o Justino, um colega nosso da Madeira, um trabalho conjunto que infelizmente não conseguimos fazer porque o nosso programa era grande demais, não conseguimos, não tivemos tempo para realizar esse trabalho. De maneira que eu peço desculpa pela ligeireza do trabalho que vou aqui apresentar. A ligeireza da minha parte, não da recolha feita pelo Sr. Kunzika. O Sr. Kunzika é um pesquisador angolano que estudou, fez o ensino secundário e básico no Congo Democrático e depois foi para os Estados Unidos e lá fez estudos avançados na Universidade de Filadélfia. Não, de Abraham Lincoln, na Filadélfia. Ele tem uma coleção de provérbios em Kikongo. Normalmente eu trago aqui a minha região, onde está aquela casa, é Mbundo, portanto são falantes de Kimbundo. Mas os provérbios que eu trago hoje são em Kikongo, portanto da região Bakongo, mais a norte. E trouxe esta coleção de provérbios, desta coleção respiguei 4, porque o Abreu Paz, que devia estar aqui na segunda-feira, infelizmente não veio, e ele é bacongo e ajudou-me a fazer a escolha destes provérbios. Mr. Kunzika, born in Quinto, a village of north of Angola, he did advanced studies in the United States. As a researcher, he was president of Center for Studies and Development of Angola. Então, agora vamos aos provérbios. Ali diz, Gola iani maza kavidi makalambiluangua, que é como quem diz, o bagre é cozido na mesma água que o criou. The catfish is cooked with its own water. Como já vos disse, o bagre, apesar de aparecer nas lagoas formadas pela chuva, ele gosta de rio, não é? E se tiver um rio disponível como este, que foi nas margens deste rio que eu tirei a fotografia, melhor, não é? Portanto, este rio está cheio. Há bagres enormes, bagres de 50 quilos. E este é o rio Kev. Deste lado, na zona mais barrenta, é o rio. À frente é uma lagoa que se forma na altura das chuvas e que se mantém mesmo quando o leito baixa. Na continuação do provérbio anterior, o Abreu Paz, portanto, falante de Kikongo, disse-me este provérbio. Tia Wandu Kavuidi o Calambiluangua, que é como quem diz, o graveto, a planta que cria a ervilheira, é a mesma que serve para fazer o fogo para o cozinhar. Portanto, é a similitude com o provérbio anterior. The piece cooked by its own branch. Este provérbio, que tem ali um belíssimo desenho, não é desenho, mas a artista está ali, que eu trouxe para ilustrar o provérbio. O provérbio diz, ku nima tangu katangu to ko, ku datuala tango, cá, tango, có. Que é como quem diz. Depois da hora, já não é hora. E antes da hora, ainda não é hora. After time, it's no longer time. Before time, it's not time yet. Aqui tem um outro provérbio que está ligado ao anterior, que diz Futa que alunda kaka mvula kiwananga. É tempo de queimada. Se adiares, pode coincidir com as chuvas. To postpone the fire bush may coincide with the rain season. Finalmente, trago este provérbio, que não tem nada a ver com, não estabelece nenhuma ligação com os anteriores, mas que eu gosto muito porque traz o mar, e eu e o mar temos uma relação muito estreita. Kalunga Yolela Munteto. No mar banha-se só na margem. On the sea, people must swim on the shore. Ora bem, estes provérbios, os primeiros dois, o bagre cozinha-se na própria água que o criou e a ervilheira é cozinhada com o próprio ramo que a criou, é percebemos que os dois resultam um do outro. Portanto, e há como é que eu direi, um tempo diferente. O primeiro refere-se a um tempo muito mais antigo, porque o bagre é um peixe africano, e e o provérbio recriou-se e adequou-se e surge de novo com uma planta que foi trazida já depois dos contactos com os europeus e que, pronto, nos seus contactos transacionaram muitas culturas e uma delas foi esta, a ervilheira. De maneira que o provérbio renovou-se e apareceu já com estas vestes, onde podemos encontrar, digamos, um diálogo intercultural. Os outros dois provérbios que eu apresento é um sobre o tempo. Deixa-me ver se isto, depois da hora já não é hora, antes da hora ainda não é hora. Marca exatamente a necessidade de as coisas serem realizadas no momento preciso. E isso faz com que se perceba que quando, no tempo das queimadas, o tempo das queimadas não pode ser adiado. Portanto, é um tempo preciso que é marcado. Aliás, é um ritual extremamente organizado. Ainda há pouco tempo, agora possivelmente nem em todas as regiões isso aconteça, mas ainda há pouco tempo os sobas, portanto, que é a organização tradicional reuniam-se na altura a meio do tempo seco para marcar a altura exata para começar a fazer as queimadas e determinavam o movimento das queimadas. Primeiro esta aldeia, depois aquela, depois aquela, depois aquela. E é claro que o tempo tem que ser aquele, porque nada pode, não há razão nenhuma para adiar o tempo, porque senão as chuvas estão aí a vir. Se não fizermos as queimadas já não vamos fazer porque vêm as chuvas de seguida. Portanto, continua a ser digamos, uma prática do provérbio anterior. Não é? O tempo é um tempo preciso, não é antes nem depois, é agora mesmo. E, finalmente, quer dizer, o título deste trabalho tem a ver com pesquisas que eu tenho andado a fazer que resultam digamos, da fundamentação das bases culturais dos povos antes da chegada das caravelas, antes da chegada dos portugueses. Daí que nós encontramos nos provérbios, e independentemente deles se atualizarem, como vimos aquele primeiro provérbio, encontramos nos provérbios os valores, as fórmulas que nos permitem vislumbrar e perceber a cultura que informa esses povos e que mantém-se presente, porque o provérbio é fácil de ser memorizado e é utilizado, mesmo por não falantes da língua, mesmo que não dominam a língua. Muitos ainda conhecem os provérbios e, se ouvem, percebem o que é que se pretende dizer. E a minha pesquisa de provérbios é exatamente para poder delinear e construir as bases culturais destes povos. No caso, estamos a falar de Kikongo, mas a minha pesquisa é em Kimbundo, de tal maneira que nós entendamos, procuremos saber como é que as coisas funcionavam e porque é que ainda se existe uma coesão tão, digamos, tão genética, tão arraigada nestes povos, apesar das diversas agressões que têm sofrido em termos de aculturação. Eu quero fazer agora aqui um parêntese para referir que neste colóquio, e não só neste, mas já agora vou falar deste, eu fiquei muito agradado, apesar da minha dificuldade em seguir completamente o que se diz em inglês, mas fui tirando umas coisas, com duas comunicações que aqui foram feitas. Sobre os Vavenda, outro sobre a comunidade de Bodô. Portanto, são dois grupos, digamos, minoritários que persistem culturalmente e se manifestam agarrando-se efetivamente ao provérbio. Podemos descobri-los pelo provérbio, não pela maneira como se vestem, nem como estão agora, mas exatamente pela cultura que está subjacente ao provérbio. Finalmente, falando do último diapositivo que eu apresentei aqui, que é este, que é o mar. O mar é lindo. Eu, se tiver tempo, vou aproveitar para contar um breve conto sobre o mar.
Se tu concordares que exatamente esse conto que tu vais transmitir vá sendo traduzido em inglês, se concordares.
Tudo bem. Por mim, pas de problème. Muito obrigado.
Sobre o Quimbundo e a sua pesquisa antes das caravelas, posso dizer? I'd like just to share what it just said, which I think it's really important. So the language is Kimbundu. There are other languages in Angola, and this research on Proverbs is based on the old tradition before the Portuguese arrived. So his main goal is to look at the very old proverbs that the people who still, continue speaking Kimbundu have used in the past. So they are not influenced, let's say, by the colonizers. I think that's a very important piece of information for those who didn't get it.
Mas não te esqueças que há, digamos, esse encontro cultural que faz com que o primeiro provérbio é dito agora utilizando a presença da ervilheira que não existia, não é? Claro. Portanto, é já o contacto intercultural.
So the contact, of course, with the colonizer, the people who came, has already influenced. For example, the ervilheira, which didn't exist at the time. So the idea is there beyond, the new wording, let us say that.
Ok, então vamos ao conto.
Yeah, okay.
Bom, o conto é um conto, é um conto.
So he's going to tell us a story, a little brief story about this proverb related to the ocean.
Não é propriamente sobre o provérbio, é sobre o mar, não é? O provérbio pode parecer estranho, é que no mar banha-se só na margem, não é? On the sea, people must swim on shore. Isto quer dizer, portanto, o mar sempre exerceu digamos, um fascínio muito grande, não é? Porque além daquela imensidão de água que há por cima, por baixo também há mais.
So the stories about the importance of the ocean and the fascination that we all feel, the attraction to the ocean, because the ocean is not just what you see, it's what is in depths of the deep down there.
Esta visão é a visão de alguém que nunca viu o mar, não é? E então a história é a seguinte. Havia, no início portanto, dos primeiros contactos com os portugueses, que eles estavam no litoral, havia a circulação das mercadorias através de caravanas.
So before the Portuguese, came, so the first contacts, they were on the coast, and that was the caravans that brought them inland.
E então, lá no Planalto, a 600 km da costa, na zona uns 1.300, 1.400 metros de altitude, havia um sobado poderoso que organizava caravanas. As caravanas são, digamos, empresas extremamente organizadas. Têm um chefe de caravana, um chefe da segurança, um chefe dos carregadores, um chefe da logística e, muito importante, um responsável pelas relações públicas, relações, digamos, internacionais, que se iam estabelecendo com os diversos povos, até para que não houvesse conflitos, não é? Porque passam-se de muitas regiões, desde o início da caravana, a 600 km, até chegar à margem, ao mar.
So is highlighting the importance of the caravan. The caravans would go many hundreds of kilometers to the interior of the country, and they were very important and very well organized with the incredible hierarchy of, chief of this, chief of that, including a public relations kind of international person who would, facilitate the commerce of these products.
As passagens, não é? E então o Soba tem um filho jovem que pretende mandar o filho com a caravana para se habituar, para conhecer, não é? E o filho vem pela caravana e chega ao mar. Quando chega ao mar, fica completamente deslumbrado com o que vê. E ainda por cima, o que é que ele vê? Vê o mar a ir e a vir. Vem. E aquilo impressiona-o. E ele diz, eu vou levar esta informação, mas ninguém me acredita. Então, como é que a água anda, mexe?
So the Soba is the big boss of the caravan, and he sends his son in one of the expeditions in order for him to get used to it and to learn what the business is all about. And he arrives to the coast and he becomes completely fascinated by what he sees. He sees this water going and coming and going and coming, and he says, if I go to my land, no one is going to believe what I'm seeing.
Então o que é que ele faz? Vai ter com os chefes dos carregadores e pede para encher 2 grandes reservatórios com a água do mar. E leva.
So he decides, okay, one way of people believing me if I carry this water towards inland. So he asks all the, those in charge of carrying the goods to fill them with water, and they decide to go.
E quando chega, o que é que ele encontra? Encontra toda aquela gente à espera. E agora? O que é que tu novidades traz? Ele torna-se logo o herói. Eu vou-vos contar. O mar, a água lá não é como aqui. Olha, vem. Querem ver? E pede aos carregadores para trazer a água. E manda fazer um buraco. Os carregadores despejam a água e a água fica quieta.
So you can believe it brings all this water, feeling very important, feeling that everyone is going to, you know, pretend, well, get him all the pride of what he achieved, and he makes them make a big hole, puts all the water in this, and the water is just quiet. It doesn't go, it doesn't come.
Ok. Como se diz nos contos tradicionais, esta é a minha história. Se é bonita ou é feia, vocês é que sabem. Muito
So he
obrigado.
says, this is my story. I don't know if you liked it or not, but that's what it is.
Além do cozinca, eu faço referência também ali utilizei o Sr. Jacques Covan, Nascimento das Divindades, Nascimento da Agricultura. Mais uma vez.
Thank you very much, Pedro. If somebody has questions or comments to Pedro, go ahead. Lisa?
Olha, pode falar aqui. Aqui.
Muito obrigada,
Aqui.
Pedro. I love your stories. And Proverbs with the end. So, thank you. Muito obrigada. I promised to give my speech in Portuguese this time, but I didn't. Obrigada, muito obrigada, muito obrigada.
Tá bom.
Other comments? Okay, Cristiano.
Thank you, Pedro. You show us what means be civilized and to live in civilization, because that house, your house, it's a cultural fact, because you build it. You made the tijolo, the bricks by earth, mud, yes, and you're living there. It's very, very strong, this fact. And on the other hand, you show us the importance of the proverb for every culture, because as the Africans, the people is very, very attentively at the reality, and he creates the Proverbs as very smart observations with universal value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add something? I think when he mentioned the house built with mud, he mentioned a detail that I don't know if you got. The roof is very important in this house because it's made of mud. When it rains a lot, if the roof is not made with another kind of material, the house will be destroyed after the rain. So the roofing is the most important part of the house because it allows it to stay or to be destroyed. Eu falei sobre isso.
Percebi.
Someone has to live in that house, because when the house is empty and nobody lives there, also
the roof
destroyed. The roof.
Please pass the microphone to Senor.
Thank you. It's not new for us Algarvians, but the traditional way to construct in Algarve is exactly like this, is adobe. We know. We are living there, and we have a very new equipe of anthropologists that's published ways of construction, is the group of Jorge Dias, and adobe was really, I lived in a house like that, and it's not the chuva, como é que é? In Algarve is not the same in Africa. Nevertheless, it's very, very solid.
queria dizer qualquer coisa. Este menino que aqui está é arquiteto e foi ele que desenhou a casa, não é? Eu dei-lhe as referências. É evidente que é uma história comprida, mas ele já sabe como é, porque eu dei-lhe umas primeiras referências e quando me ele apresentou o projeto, eu disse, não é nada disso. Portanto, foi fazendo e fez e desenhou a casa. Mas a questão tem a ver com os materiais. Ele disse, não, nada de cimento, isto é exatamente como a paisagem, não é? Como as outras casas, nada de rebocar, portanto não tem reboco nenhum, e pronto, tem a chapa de zinco, porque é mais barata do que se pusesse um telhado de colmo, não é? O telhado de colmo ficaria mais bonito, mas é muito, muito mais caro. E eu, enfim...
This is the architect of the house. He was the responsible for building it the way it is, and the choice between colmo, I don't know how to translate, it's the straw part, it's zinc, it's cheaper, and it's as durable as the other traditional one.
Quer dizer alguma coisa? Hã? Não? Tá bom.
Thank you very much, Pedro, and Maria Manuela as well for the translation. And now we pass to the last presenter in this session. I'm happy to introduce you my friend Bence Ivani from Hungary. He will speak us about the proverbs in the European drama literature. The floor is yours, Bence.
Dear Association of Paremiology, dear organizers, dear colleagues, dear Colloquium, thank you for the invitation. Obrigado pelo convite. In my presentation, I would like to give a short overview on a topic that, one can only hope, could be a subject of heightened interest, not only for the aficionados of paremiology, but also for the aficionados of theater, namely on the dramaturgy of Proverbs. Not the Proverbs themselves, but plays with the dramaturgy of Proverbs. In his influential book, A Drama Esztétikája, The Aesthetics of the Play, the legendary Hungarian theater scholar Tamás Bécsi names the situation rather than the conflict as the cardinal and ontologically most decisive component of the theater play. Situations are, in Bécsi's view, formed like card games. Every character has its own share of cards from the deck at the beginning of the game, and by the end of it, they have to play out all of them to finish off the tale. These so-called cards are the actions of the dramatis personae that are potentially can be taken by them during the course of the play, and every dramatic situation, and corresponding to them, every theater play, runs its course when each character makes the last move that could be made by them in the framework of the plot. In the light of this theory, it is maybe not a huge surprise that through the centuries, playwrights found an immense inspiration in the wisdom and wittiness of the Proverbs for the exact reason that these idioms usually bear the seeds of some kind of interpersonal situations. As, among others, Charles Clay Doyle notices in his article Proverbs in Literature in the handbook Introduction to Paremiology, this had gone as far as that in France, a complete new genre, the proverb dramatique, arose around the end of the 18th century, in which the authors chose proverbs as the title of the play and then illustrated them with the dialogue and the action. Naturally, these proverbs play aren't the only ones which situations are based on common sayings. For example, the theater of the Spanish Golden Age is also ripe for the taking if somebody wants to analyze the connection between dramatic form and proverbial expression. One of the most notable examples of this is Félix Lope de Vega's 1618th comedy El Perro del Hortelano, or The Gardener's Dog in English. The titular dog is from the proverb El perro del hortelano ni coma las berzas ni la deja comer al extraño. The gardener's dog neither eats the cabbage himself nor lets anybody else. which denotes a person who denies access by others to something that she wants to keep for him or herself without having an actual need or use for it. The proverb famously alludes to a fable from the antiquity in which the dog in the manger, Canis in praesepe, doesn't let the horse or the ox eating from the hay on which it sits and for which it has no appetite itself. An alternate of this tale is reflected in the proverb. In this version, the gardener has a dog to guard the vegetables, and after he dies, the canin doesn't let anybody near the garden, in spite of not having a taste for vegetarian nutrition. Given the inherently narrative nature of the proverb, it's maybe not a great surprise that Lope de Vega used it as a jumping board to create a fascinating situation for his classic play. Set in Naples, which at the time was the part of the Spanish Empire, the story centers around Diana, the Countess of Belflor, who, when finds out that her valet, Teodoro, wants to marry one of her maids, Marcella, begins to experience immense jealousy. Teodoro, who is quite an ambitious young man, quickly notices this and sees it as a shortcut to sweet and easy countdom. The problem is he isn't a nobleman, and Diana has no intention whatsoever to marry somebody from the lower classes. However, she simply can't bear the idea of the valid wedding Marcella, and this cat and mouse game forming between them, in which Teodoro tries to arrange a marriage either with the maid or the mistress, while Diana keeps on sabotaging both of these marriages, results in some of the wittiest verse and liveliest dialogue ever produced in world literature. Luckily, Teodoro's servant Tristan convinces a Neapolitan nobleman Ludovico, whose young son, also named Teodoro, was abducted by pirates when he was merely a child, that this Teodoro is his Teodoro, and with his newfound nobility, he becomes suitable for marriage for the Countess of Belflor, who meanwhile completely falls for his charm. All in all, we can say that The Gardener's Dog uses the titular proverb as a foundation of character comedy. The situation that is set up can be derived from the character of the dog, Diana, and the whole dramatic card game between her and Teodoro is played because her reluctance to marry him and let him marry. At the same time, there is another option for playwrights if they want to use proverbial expressions as a source for their work, namely to utilize them as a basis of situational comedy. To illustrate this, I have chosen one of the proverb plays of arguably the greatest master of the genre, Alfred de Musset. The 19th century French author, who is mostly remembered for his lush and ornate poetry and his 5-act tragedy Lorenzaccio, at least in Hungary, had written half a dozen of proverbs dramatic which have become quite popular in their native France and are regularly staged even today. These plays were first performed in the drawing rooms of the French upper classes and were designed as theatrical vehicles for the morals reflected in the proverbs which they illustrated. In her article, The 16th Century English Proverb Play, Paula Noyes states that this particular genre originates from 16th century moral interludes written in English. These short plays also dealt with the ethics and norms of their times, and in several cases were based on actual proverbs themselves. This didactic nature is evident in their later French counterparts too, but much more noticeable is the aforementioned milieu in which they are set, namely the world of the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie. Musset's 1845 proverb play, Il faut qu'une porte soit ouverte ou fermée, or a door must be either be open or shut in English, is no exception. It features two aristocratic characters, the unmarried count and the widowed marquise, who are meeting in the drawing room of the latter. The count is visiting the lady outside of her Tuesday open hours with the not-so-secret intent of a marriage proposal, but the marquise isn't letting herself to be seduced that easily. A lovely verbal exchange ensues where the stakes of the dramatic card game is whether the count stays with the marquise or leaves her behind. The titular proverb, which means that any decision that one makes has to be firm and definite, figures in the play not just in the metaphorical but also in a literal way. It is not only describing the will-day, won't-day dynamics of the situation of the two characters, but manifests itself as the concrete entrance of the Marquis's apartment. The dialogue periodically goes back to the proverbial door, which exists in the plot also, which the Count didn't close properly, hoping that he can leave soon in the company of the lady. To sum it up, in contrast with the gardener's dog, where the proverb is the basis of a character and the subsequent conflict, in a door must be either open or shut, the proverb is the foundation of the situation around the characters. In other words, while Lope de Vega's text is an example of the character comedy and the character dramaturgy of the Proverbs, Musset's text is an example of the situational comedy and the situational dramaturgy of them. Naturally, there are several instances when the distinction between the aforementioned two types are not that easy to make. Sometimes a proverbial idiom could lend both the character and both the situational dynamics of a play. This is the case, for example, with Alexander Ostrovsky's 1868 play Na Visaka ga mudreca davolna prastati, or enough stupidity in every wise man. And Irina was very kind to inform me that the stupidity, prastati not is stupidity, it's more like naivety or foolishness. So it's not a very accurate, but near accurate translation in English. In this work, the grandmaster of the Russian realist repertoire presents us with a delightful satire about a handsome and ambitious young man, Glumov, who aims for a glittering life in the upper circles of Russian society. To leave his banal petit bourgeois Moscovian life behind and move to the glamorous and abundant St. Petersburg, he intends to marry a rich young girl, Mashenka Turusina. Because this would be practically impossible without improving his social status first, he becomes a flatterer. For example, he tells his eccentric distant uncle, who is a very rich man, Mamayev, that his protege, the Hussar Kurchayev, have spoken foul about him behind his back. After he has sabotaged his mine-love rival, Kurchayev, Glumov, by uttering the loveliest verse that an aging egocentric just could receive to Mamayev, becomes the new favorite of the uncle, and at the same time, he makes his aunt, Mamayeva, believe that he is secretly in love with her, gaining another patron for his scheme. With the help of the Mamayevs, he gets a job as the valet of an older gentleman, General Krutitsky, who then arranges a meeting for him with Mashenka. The problem is, Mamayeva, learning that Glumov wants to marry Turusina, visits his apartment demanding answers. Although she doesn't find him home at first, she finds his diary instead, and inside it all the petty remarks and sarcastic notes he had taken about her, Mamayev, and all the others. She then gives the diary to a journalist who doesn't like Glumov all that very much, and by the end of the day, everybody in Moscow learns about this scam from the evening paper. All in all, the proverb in the title provides both the characters, the wise man, Glumov among the not-so-wise ones, and the situation that even Homer notes, even the wisest of men can commit foolish blunders of the piece. Or in other words, referring to the card theory, Glumov loses his dramatic card game because he stupidly, or foolishly, or naively provides a trump card to Mamayeva. It is quite evident from this short overview that through the history of the European theatre, common wisdoms have never ceased to be an inspiration for playwrights. And with the arrival of the 20th century, this dramaturgy of Proverbs continued its success story not only on the stage, but on the screen too. The most notable example for this is the legendary French director, Éric Rohmer, who, as an homage to the proverb plays of Alfred de Musset, has written and directed a whole movie series titled Comedies and Proverbs. Albeit most of the 6 films are not based on actual proverbs, but rather on quotations of, among others, the poets Arthur Rimbaud or Chrétien de Troyes, the way they set up their central situations are not dissimilar to the way we have seen in the case of the theatre dramaturgy of Proverbs. The last entry of this series, the 1987 L'ami de mon ami, known in English as My Girlfriend's Boyfriend or Boyfriends and Girlfriends, even features the classic proverb, Les amis de mes amis sont mes amis, or my friend's friend is my friend, as a reference point. The main character, Blanche, is a shy and mellow young woman who has just moved to Cergy-Pontoise, a trendy new planned settlement near Paris. Here, she meets the brash and vivacious Léa. Soon they become great friends, and Blanche gets to know Léa's boyfriend, the solemn and sensitive Fabien, too. Thanks to their clashing personalities, Léa and Fabien have a really strained on and off relationship, and although at first Blanche is showing interest in one of Léa's acquaintances, the charming womanizer Alexander, she later falls for Fabien, which causes an enormous emotional struggle for her. In contrast of the classic ontology of the drama, presented by Tamás Bécsi, the films of Romer can be described by a much more modern dramaturgical model in a mold of the prose of Franz Kafka, the plays of Samuel Beckett, and the movie scripts of Michelangelo Antonioni. So while the theater pieces we discussed before could be seen as a game where every dramatic figure has a goal to achieve and intent... What happened? Oh, sorry. So while the theater pieces we discussed before could be seen as a game where every dramatic figure has a goal to achieve and intent for which they consciously make all their possible moves, in Boyfriends and Girlfriends, the characters simply go through the motions. They don't live their lives, they just let their lives happen to them. Blanche, for one, doesn't even actively pursue the man she fancies, and in the end, Fabien simply falls in love with her, realizing that she's much more of a match of him than Léa. The classic comic shenanigans, which in an old-fashioned farce would stem from the situation, don't happen at all in this movie, and by the end, Léa, not knowing anything about the feelings Blanche and Fabien have for each other, breaks up with the boy and starts a new relationship with Alexander, thus leaving the door open for Blanche to feel her place as Fabien's lover. The modern or even postmodern feel of drifting through life is adequately reflected in the dramatic structure of the movie. And maybe for this reason, the connection between the proverb and the plot feels much less organic and much more synthetic than in the classic theatrical examples. The proverb doesn't function as a base of the situation, merely provides a witty commentary to it. For this reason, Romer easily could make the inverse of the dramaturgy of the Proverbs, namely inventing a proverb himself for one of his films. In the 1984 movie, Les Nuits de la Pleine Lune, or Full Moon in Paris, the English official title, the main character, Louise, a young woman living with his boyfriend, the laconic Rémi, in the suburbs of Paris, decides that she wants to spend more time alone in her small working apartment in the heart of the city, mainly to gain a feeling of freedom and to attend parties which Rémi doesn't like at all. In the end, Louise realizes that even if she continues this free-spirited lifestyle and pursues other men outside of his boyfriend, she won't feel less confined than now, and decides that she wants to be back with Rémi. The problem is, by the end of the movie, he has found another woman with whom he wants to spend the rest of his life, leaving Louise in shambles. To comment on Louis' situations, Éric Rohmer creates the proverb "Qui a deux femmes perd son âme, qui a deux maisons perd la raison," or he who, pardon my French, or he who has two women loses his soul, he who has two houses loses his mind, referring to the young woman who is incapable to settle down with just one man and one home, and in the end loses everything. And it's a rhyming and proverb and has that lovely parallelism, so it's a very good fake, if you ask me about it. So, of course, there are lots of other Proverbs theater plays which I hadn't got time to analyze, but could also be explored in relation with the dramaturgy of Proverbs. I am sure that Professor Meader has a whole lot of repertorium of these plays. My intent was to make an introduction and the a theoretical framework, maybe in the dramaturgy, to look on this place and to answer all these questions. There are a lot of plays in the history of the theater that has Proverbs as titles. For example, Ostrovsky has a lot of them, the Musset plays. In these Romer movies, they are just written out in subtitles on the beginning of the movies. So it's maybe this is a sign that they aren't that organic, really, inside the plot of these movies. And I could have made some more thorough examination, but my first intent was to make a short overview and not a historical, but an aesthetical and ontological framework with the theory of Tamás Bécsi. And I hope that I make a good impression about these works of literature. And thank you for your attention. Obrigado pela sua atenção.
Thank you, Bence. Thank you. Some questions, comments on this presentation. Very interesting and guiding us in different ages and areas. Christian?
Congratulations. Congratulations for your presentation. Of course, you forget to mention Eugene Ionescu. But
yes.
Are so many. Anyway, as specialized in theater, how do you prefer the proverb, and where you see better the proverb as a cern, as a strategy, as a horizon or atmosphere? Thank you.
In the context of the plays, for me, it's a little bit of looks like a game or a task that the writer makes himself to solve. So I think I'm in a creative writing workshop now in Hungary, and it would be a very great task for us to write proverb plays. And maybe this is always has something to do with the actual era that every play is written, that how that class where it's performed first, or the stages that society, how thinks about proverbs, how thinks about morals, that culture. So it would be very interesting to make local examinations, for example, in Czech literature or in Middle European literature, in the Far East and the African literature. I had no time, and it wasn't a historical examination, but rather an aesthetical. So for me, it has horizon, maybe, yes. It's but a twofold, like a horizon of the society, the theatrical society, in which every play is set, and the horizon of doing something challenging as a writer. And it's very interesting that it could be a lot of plays about theater pieces about the gardener's dog, for example, and it would be very interesting to compare them. So in theory, there are always endless permutations of the same proverb as a springboard of play.
Thank you. Other questions? Oti?
Thank you. I noticed that you said that instead of conflict, tension, contradiction. There is the situation. And does it mean that, because I don't know so much about playwriting, and is it so that in tragedies there are always some conflict or tension, and in comedies we feel the situation, or
Beatley has a model about it. He says that in the classic ontology of the drama, not the place of Ionesco and later, but for example the antiquity, there are the conflict dramas, but they are a central point dramas, for example, where there is a character or a concept, and the drama is ensues from how the different characters connect to that one central figure and concept. And there is another more medieval model where he calls it two-staged dramas. There is a stage of the transcendental world, the angels and the hell and the heaven, and the material world where the human characters are. So there are a threefold model in his, and this is why he doesn't use conflict, because in his thinking it would just only one type of the three. But with situation, there are all situations in this ontology. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Lisa?
question. It was very.
Yeah.
Lisa?
Thanks. I just tell that if you look in the website, you find those previous proceedings, and he was first Trulsson, then Wiedbeck. He was the only one. I have heard about this theater and Proverbs. Mostly in Swedish, he says, but I think that he can have something in English also.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for a great paper. Very much enjoyed your survey. The proverb plays, the Proverbe dramatique, really, of course, started with a tremendous development in France, as you pointed out. I think when I did my reading on the Proverbe dramatique, they were also meant in a way as the modern charades. In other words, at the French salon, the play would be put on, but you as the audience were supposed to guess the proverb that was being illustrated. And in that regard, the modern charades that I hate to play them, but sometimes, sometimes I'm forced to, are, I think, a would you agree? I think they are a continuation of this.
Yes, exactly, because this is the traditions of that social class at the time. That their theater in the, I don't know, in the 16th or in the 17th century, it was very common in to the aristocracy to play their theater from themselves. And I think it's continued in the drawing rooms in the cities.
There's one more thing I need to tell you. In 1973, when I was young, I discovered a French play by Madame Maintenon that was completely in Proverbs, just like I did the other morning about proverb poems. The play was completely in Proverbs. And then in 1641, it was translated into German. Now, all of us who've dealt with translating Proverbs, just imagine what task that was. Yeah. But there were in the German version, there were over 300 Proverbs in that play. How you could possibly produce it, it wasn't meant to be produced.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Benza, for your presentation. And now I invite all the three presenters here to the stage to award them the diplomas of the participation in our colloquium. Please come here.
dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas. E no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral junto à cidade oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural, um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
arms were soft, touched the moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted to Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. Will you give me something that I can't give you here? Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, 'cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up, and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who you are. My heart is burning, my darling.
mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu, onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É a ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é a criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós. mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Tavira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Tavira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Tavira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de moluscos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
moon. Why did you leave me that soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can't help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're the missing king I wanted to buy. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us apart. Please come back to me, my dear, 'cause nothing can keep us. My head in the clouds, I don't know where we go. I feel like it's changed, love. I'm losing my mind, feeling that kind of love. I feel like a deep hole. You give me something that I can't give you here. Tell me what you're thinking, I need to know you're feeling. If you crush on me, you need to know my story. But don't get too close to me, 'cause I need my fantasy. Here I am, falling down, crashing down, and I feel like I don't need you. Here I am, falling down, deep inside, and I feel like I don't need you. When we are fine, we see our sun shining, and all these good times, we know we had something. Don't feel the vibe when we're not floating. Babe, tonight my heart is on fire, and I can't help thinking of you. Babe, tonight the suit is getting higher, and I can't help wanting you. My desire keeps growing up, and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about who you are. My heart is burning, my darling.
na mostra folclórica da gente de Tavira, vai começar exatamente com um corridinho na amendoeira, em que os pares vão rodopiar com o frenesim. Era como...
Olha a Laurinha, lá vai toda decidida. Diz que é crescida e que prescinde dos conselhos do pai. Olha ela, lá vai toda destemida. Dona da vida, nem duvida que é por ali que vai. Olha a Laurinha, à cabeça da charanga, das raparigas do recreio do liceu onde ela anda e manda na dinâmica da escola. Não vai à bola com a setora de história, não disfarça e faz a vida negra à criatura. É ditadura de quem manda só porque sim. Olha a Laurinha que já fuma às escondidas do pai, com a mesada de alguém, ainda namora às escondidas da mãe, enquanto diz que não tem medo de nada nem ninguém. Dança até ser dia, que a vida são 2 dias, e tu vais ser alguém igual à tua mãe. Um olho na novela, o outro na panela. Um dia vais ser tão Dona Laura como ela.
Por vezes perguntam-me: o que é isso de ser criativo? Onde vais buscar as ideias? E eu também me questiono: o que é criatividade? Confesso que não sei a resposta. Para mim, o importante é viver. Viver cada momento. Cada encontro. Cada partilha. Ir à descoberta. Deslumbrar-me. Deixar os acontecimentos fluírem. Vivenciar cada experiência. Cada instante. Como se fossem únicos. Abraçar a bondade do que é genuíno. Decifrar novos sabores que se apresentam. Observar a poesia que a natureza oferece. Por vezes, são as pequenas coisas da vida que nos despertam para uma ideia. A criatividade passa por nós. Não nasce em nós, mas está em nós. Todos nós somos criativos se olharmos para o mundo de forma diferente. A criatividade é uma mão aberta, cheia de possibilidades. Feira, genuína e inspiradora.
A dieta mediterrânica é uma herança civilizacional reconhecida pela Unesco como património imaterial da humanidade. Portugal é um país mediterrâneo pelo clima, paisagens, produções agroalimentares, expressões culturais e sociabilidades. Portugal é o Mediterrâneo a olhar o imenso Atlântico. No extremo sul do país encontra-se Feira, onde na antiguidade aportaram e se estabeleceram povos do mar, vindos de vários pontos do Mediterrâneo, comunidades fenícias, turdetanas, romanas, e no século VIII chegaram guerreiros e populações berberes que erigiram a cidadela islâmica. Feira foi no século XVI a grande cidade do Algarve e principal centro exportador da região. O seu porto abrigava e abastecia a esquadra portuguesa que patrulhava o Estreito de Gibraltar e acorria às fortalezas do norte de África. Ao ponto mais alto da cidade, Santa Maria, chamou o geógrafo Orlando Ribeiro colina genética, local onde terá sido fundada a urbe e um santuário fenício. O litoral, junto à cidade, oferece grande diversidade biológica e natural. Um ecossistema internacionalmente classificado e inserido no Parque Natural da Ria Formosa, onde sobressaem as Ilhas Barreira, praias oceânicas e paisagens culturais com elevado valor estético, económico e social. A captura do atum, a pesca artesanal e a apanha de molúsculos e bivalves, atualmente com produção em viveiros, foi e é uma fonte importante de riqueza. Desenvolveu-se nesta zona estuarina a atividade salineira, conhecida desde o período islâmico. A dieta mediterrânica portuguesa diferencia-se pelo consumo mais elevado de peixe, nomeadamente sardinha, carapau ou cavala, ricos em ômega 3, com um papel muito importante na prevenção das doenças cardiovasculares e outras. O padrão da dieta mediterrânica caracteriza-se pelo consumo de cereais, frutos secos, frutas e legumes frescos, estes de produção local e consumidos de acordo com a época. O azeite é a gordura culinária por excelência. As ervas aromáticas têm um papel muito importante na confecção dos alimentos, substituindo com vantagem o sal. Algumas formas de preparar os alimentos deram origem a uma gastronomia com forte identidade mediterrânica. A dieta mediterrânica é um estilo de vida com formas de convívio e celebração coletivas. O património imaterial, herdado das gerações precedentes, está muito vivo na região de Tavira. Persistem lendas e outras tradições orais. Podemos ver os grupos de charolas no Ano Novo, as festividades florais da primavera e arraiais, mastros e bailes nos santos populares ou ainda os presépios algarvios com as suas cearinhas e laranjas. Ao dirigirmos para o interior, encontramos um barrocal de terras férteis, com as suas paisagens de olivais e figueiras, pomares de citrinhos, amendoeiras, alfarrobeiras e vinhas. As tecnologias tradicionais estão ainda presentes na hidráulica rural, na cerâmica tradicional e no fabrico do tijolo burro e da telha de canudo, nos lagares e destilarias, no fabrico de queijos e de um pão com grande qualidade alimentar. Na serra, com os seus vales cavados por onde correm pequenas ribeiras, pratica-se uma agricultura de sequeiro, pastorícia, apicultura, a produção do medronho e subsistem várias atividades tradicionais, como a tecelagem e o artesanato. Um regime alimentar ancestral de grande qualidade sobreviveu às vicissitudes da história e às mutações civilizacionais. A mesa é o lugar privilegiado para o encontro das famílias e amigos, o espaço central das sociabilidades do Mediterrâneo. A experiência milenar e sabedoria das populações permitiram este equilíbrio entre o homem e a natureza. A escolha de Tavira como representante de Portugal para a candidatura da dieta mediterrânica a património imaterial da humanidade é a confirmação da importância que o país dá à preservação deste território e às formas de vida que permanecem nos seus habitantes. A candidatura portuguesa é um contributo de Portugal, do Algarve e de Tavira para a cooperação e partilha de um património comum para a sua transmissão às gerações vindouras.
Bed where you're the king.
So, can you hear me well? Good afternoon, everybody. It's so nice to see you again after the lunch break. I'm sure you have enjoyed it. And I'm also sure that you will be enjoying the next presentations in this session. There are 3 presentations that we will listen to. And our first presenter is Georgios Tserpes from Greece, who is a folklorist and a specialist in teaching Greek as a foreign language. You are most welcome. You will be talking today about the proverbial reflection of pandemic diseases, which is a very interesting subject, really vital, and we are very eager to listen about it. So the floor is all yours. Georgios, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
No, there's something on the line because it's a robot now.
Okay.
Thank you very much. First of all, good afternoon to everybody. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving... Yes.
There are some technical problems, so it will take a while, I guess, to renew the connection. Georgios, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We are very happy to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you start with your presentation, please?
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity that you give me. So I will share the screen, and please tell me if it is okay for you. You see my power?
Not yet. Yes, now we can see it, yes.
Not yet.
It's fine, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. So, the COVID-19 pandemic was treated by the majority of people worldwide as something unprecedented. It is true that most of us had no memories of anything like that and no experience of the measures taken by governments to prevent the spread of the virus. However, the history of mankind is intertwined with the existence of epidemics, considering, for example, the plague epidemic during the Middle Ages, and especially during the years 1348 to 1350, where the 1/3 of the European population died. The COVID-19 pandemic has already prompted many studies on how it has been reflected in everyday discourse and folklore in general. So in today's presentation, I will try to answer the following questions. How past epidemics have been reflected perception and interpretation, how are epidemics presented in other folklore genres, and how proverbs and folklore in general function as a philosophical system. The frequency of epidemics and the fear they caused for human life relegated them to the realm of myth. Nikolaos Politis, the founder of folklore studies in Greece, dealt with the presence of diseases in the myths of the Greek people as early as 1883. Politis argued that according to the popular perception, the genesis of diseases is analogous to that of trees and fruits, while distinguishes 3 basic beliefs around them. First, that the disease is the result of the enmity of some supernatural power towards humans. B, that man is connected to nature through mystical ties on which his health depends. And C, that disease is an enemy which invades the body and is expelled from it or transferred to others. The perception of the disease as an enemy essentially leads to its personification, thus is presented as an autonomous entity. Attributing human characteristics to diseases potentially makes them tangible, more concrete, and therefore more easily treatable. It is no coincidence that in Greek folk, diseases are personified as women, so they are feminine. Females are usually associated with immobility, dark dampness, decay, which is nevertheless the greenhouse for fertility and reproduction. This category also includes epidemics, especially smallpox, cholera, and the plague, which are personified as hideous female forms in old age, which cause death and desolation just by their appearance. It is of particular importance that the personification of illnesses concerns elderly women, since the social role changes depending on age. The coming of old age leads to the loss of beauty, while in traditional society, the older woman is the one who exercises authority over the younger ones, and generally has greater freedoms, especially when she has many male children, means that an old woman has fulfilled her life's purpose, mainly for her diagnostic and therapeutic knowledge, for her relation with supernatural powers, and for her predictive abilities to experience. So, in the proverbial discourse, the proverbs about epidemics are related to cholera, malaria, and the plague. So let's see the material. As far as cholera is concerned, you can see that 3 of the 4 proverbs essentially belong to the same type and express a comparison between diseases, in this case cholera and the common cold, implying that many times small and insignificant details can cause great calamities. In the last proverb, the 2 diseases appear, cholera and plague, which are personified as beautiful women, something very unusual, as mentioned before, because for their personification, usually an old woman is preferred, who even sing this woman in the mountains and think of giving their men garlic and herbs. Perhaps the choice of garlic is related to the fact that in Greek folklore, it is considered to protect against the evil eye, and that in general has healing properties. Let's move on to malaria. In all the proverbs related to malaria, the folk word thermi or thermes is used, which basically means heat, and obviously refers to the high fever caused by the disease. The first proverb type, for example, in front of the thermi, mundza for the chtikio, and its variations, expresses the same meaning as the corresponding proverbs with cholera, only here, instead of the common cold, chtikio appears, which is tuberculosis. Also, the following proverbs refer to cognitive consequences of malaria. For example, the thermi makes ugly lads, or the thermi catalyzes rocks and calms down the mountains. And another very popular proverbial type, with several variants, refers to the stingy, the miserly man. For example, he does not lend even his therme, he doesn't give even his illness. The last 3 proverbs for malaria have a more advisory character. The first one is a sanitary rule, but over time it acquired a metaphorical character, which justifies its inclusion in the proverbial discourse. The second proverb is essentially a simile between malaria and the bad wife. So the advice is to adapt to the character of the wife, just as one must adapt to the course of the disease, doing with whatever is necessary, even if it is unpleasant, in order to get rid of her. The later proverb is more pessimistic, as it is estimated that the infection from malaria is certain to lead to death. And finally, the material for the plague. Also, in the case of the plague, the comparison with other diseases is observed, specifically with the common cold and malaria. More generally, the plague is considered to be extremely dangerous, as the following proverbs indicates. For example, the plague said, "Did you hear me? Go away." At the same time with the wound, the plague sprouted. The devil burns incense, the plague descends. A plague's snack. So one notices that the plague personified exhorts people to avoid it, is associated with the devil, while also being presented as an entity that devours humans. Apparently, the next two proverbs are essentially a superstition and a curse. Apparently, people in traditional societies believed that after the critical first 40 days of a child's birth, it is not so vulnerable in order to be infected by the disease, while the deadly nature of the disease led people to use it in their curses as well. The second proverb is probably said by a woman that for her husband this is the second marriage and has children from the previous one. Finally, the last proverb is the most important of the corpus on epidemics in modern Greek for two reasons. On the one hand, it shows a very widespread throughout Greece and Hellenism of the diaspora. We've got 68 registers from the digital repository of Proverbs in the Academy of Athens. And on the other hand, it is the only proverb in relation to the topic we are examining, which is widely used nowadays. Απ' έξω κούκλα και από μέσα πανούκλα. Beautiful from the outside, a plague on the inside. It's very popular, the proverb. We say it all the time nowadays also. As far as the context of the proverb is concerned, is for different contexts. For example, for beautiful looks, but a wicked soul. For somebody who is interested only in looks, we say it for bad people, for an appearance which is deceiving, even for whole towns. So it is understood that the proverb is used in a variety of circumstances that may be related to the external appearance that hides one's bad character, the vanity of beauty, the fake goodness, entire cities, or it may also be related to myths. As an equivalent, one could consider the proverb, all that glitters is not gold. Through a close look to the proverbial material, one can easily see that in the case of Proverbs also, personification appears as a key feature. This phenomenon is very common and has already been observed. Nikolaos Politis mentions, for example, that the same thing happens with smallpox. The Greek name for smallpox is evlogia, which comes from the word evlogia, which means blessing. And the same stands for the plague, where it's called evlogimeni, which also means blessed. The personification is also evident in curses. For example, may the plague cut you off, bad plague, let her be unleashed and unbridled. But apart from proverbs and curses, the phenomenon is also very popular in folk tales. Typical is a tale from the town of Koroni in the Peloponnese. In this tale, the plague goes to a shepherd's house, knocks the door, and she asks him to give her his best lamb. Earlier, two other diseases, the smallpox and the limiki, asked him also for the same thing, but the shepherd kicked them out because he was not afraid of them, as he had recovered from both of them in the past. But the shepherd never got ill from the plague, so he says to her, "Come with me and I will give it to you." He takes her to the sheepfold, he picks the best lamb and tells her to take it. But the plague wants him to get it to her house, so he follows the plague. They were passing through the wilderness, they were climbing to mountains, but the shepherd was afraid to say anything. Finally, he sees far away a huge palace which glowed. "This is my house," said the plague. They got in, and the shepherd sees that the whole house was full of candelabra hanging from the ceiling and were shining like the stars. Others were full with olive oil, others were half full. There were several which were trembling and others about to extinguish. The shepherd asked the plague, "What are these candelabra?" And the plague answered him that each one is the life of a human. While the candlestick is lit, that is how long a human will live. When it's extinguished, he is going to die. "My candlestick is also here," asked the shepherd. "Of course," answered the plague, "here it is." The shepherd looks and he sees that it is full of olive oil. He sees another one that had left only the water and it was about to extinguish. "Who's that?" asked the shepherd. "This is your brother's," answered the plague. "Is it possible to put some olive oil to my brother's from my own, which has plenty?" "This is not possible," said the plague. "The olive oil that is in it from the beginning is the one. You cannot put in or put out olive oil." "Is this true?" asked the shepherd. "It's true," said the plague. "Then goodbye, I don't need you," said the shepherd. He takes the lamp and runs away very quickly so that the plague doesn't follow him and catch him. The next day, near the dawn, he listened to the bell of the church. He asked, "Who died?" "Your brother," he was told. Then he understood that what he had seen was all true. This fairy tale, this folk tale, belongs to the Arnett Thompson 332 type, and more particular to the ecotype 332A, which also is found in Romania. In this ecotype, the diseases and in some variations, death itself are ridiculed as the shepherd is more sly. What is at the type 332 death is the ultimate winner in his struggle against man. In the ecotype 332A, his role is demoted and his strength questioned. Also, the personification of diseases is particularly intense in folk beliefs, something which is particularly noticeable for the plague, cholera, and the smallpox. For malaria, very frequent are some etiological folk beliefs related to St. John the Baptist. However, of interest are two folk beliefs in which the basic proverbial type for malaria, presented above, also seems to be used. The first one man didn't give charity to the poor. He didn't give even his thermi. One time there was a beggar, and because the man was angry, threw away a loaf of bread. When the man died and he was told of all the bad things he did, the loaf of bread appeared, even though he threw it away. It rolled over, and from that 10 persons were fed. And the second one, a mother-in-law was evil, and she never gave charity to the poor. Only once she gave to some poor children away. She also had a daughter-in-law who was good, and in any case always left everyone satisfied. When the mother-in-law died, her daughter-in-law saw a dream, her mother-in-law eating the whey and saying to her, "You've got 3 laid tables in the world of the dead, but I have nothing because I did bad things. But please give me 1 table. You can have them all because I'm worthy and capable of making other 3. Neither the mother-in-law gave her thermi. In both folk beliefs originating from the same village, the proverb, his or her thermi did not give, he didn't give his thermi, is used implying the miserly person. Of particular interest is the fact that in the first folk belief, the proverb is used at the beginning, while in the second at the end. Thus, the former, it seems to warn or prepare for what is to come, while in the later, it recapitulates, concludes what has already been said. Therefore, it seems that the use of the proverb has a formulaic and rhetorical character at the same time, adapting to its narrative and used mainly as a means of persuasion. The personification of diseases, as reflected in many folklore genres, such as proverbs, fairy tales, curses, folk beliefs, prove that people treat them as discrete entities or substances of a uniform kind. Essentially, then, the personification of illness is an ontological metaphor that allows us to comprehend a wide variety of experiences with non-human entities in terms of human motivations, characteristics, and activities. The personification of diseases is not limited to the fact that they can be presented as women, but mainly to the fact that they are presented as enemies, who are insidious and require special skill if one wants to escape from them. In any case, through the ontological metaphors observed in the various genres, people understand these invisible enemies, the viruses, by making them visible and adapting them to human measures, so that on the one hand they can recognize and understand them, and on the other hand, if possible, deal with them. The above proverbs reflect a certain ethos, which according to Alan Dundes refers to the normative and evaluative, including aesthetic and moral judgments, aspects of culture. This is particularly evident in the last proverb, απ' έξω κουκλά και από μέσα πανούκλα, beautiful from the outside, a plague at the inside, which is of particular interest, as we said. At the first level, the poetics of the proverb is highlighted. Clearly, the use of the word kukla is not accidental, as it rhymes with the word panukla. Thus, the proverb is mentioned. However, given that the word kukla means the beautiful woman, it seems that the proverb presents an aesthetic implications about what is considered beautiful, since beauty is identified with specific moral values. Taking into account the ethnographic information on the context of use of the proverb, it became clear before that it is used to embellish the wicked soul, duplicity, feigned goodness, immorality, etc., which all are contrasted in relation to beauty. The aesthetic dimension of the proverb does not remain at a superficial level of external perception in relation to beauty and ugliness, but identifies these two concepts with specific values and behaviors. This also happens to another genre, that of folk tales. For example, the Grimm's Frau Halle begins as follows. A widow had 2 daughters, one of them beautiful and hardworking, and the other one ugly and lazy. As Max Luthi observes, here and in the whole tale, beauty is obviously the externalization of goodness and of what is moral right. Of course, in the folk tale, goodness and badness are divided. Beauty and ugliness are represented by different figures, and in folk beliefs also. However, this is not necessarily the case in the proverb, since it has been demonstrated that beauty and ugliness, in the sense of any kind of immorality, can coexist in the same person, implying deception. Of course, the binary opposition between good and bad remains, but the coexistence in the same person reveals a more complex reality. In any case, both in the folk tale and in the proverb, beauty and ugliness, good and bad, are general concepts. This in turn means that the general is at the same time personalized, since the listener adapts it to his or her own needs. And especially with regard to the proverb, this is particularly important since its meaning depends on the context of use, the specific circumstance of interaction. Therefore, one finds that aesthetics and ethics are intertwined, creating a folk axiological system regarding ethical and non-ethical behaviors, which, however, have aesthetic implications as well, as they can be considered beautiful or ugly. The above observations lead to the finding that proverbs can be a kind of folk practical philosophy, as they are not restricted only at the level of expressing wisdom, but also indicate a way of behavior through the emergence of social values. So from a rhetoric point of view, proverbs try to persuade us for what is appropriate to do. The epidemics of earlier times have survived in modern Greek proverbial discourse. Something common regarding the proverbs concerning all three epidemic diseases is the creation of a motif that basically compares the epidemic to some other disease, usually not as serious, such as the common cold, trying here the proverbial discourse to indicate that ultimately nothing should be taken for granted, since even something seemingly simple or of minor importance can have serious consequences. At the same time, the personification of epidemics is prominent in the proverbial material. This is also observed in other folklore genres, such as curses, folk tales, and folk beliefs. This leads to more general conclusions about how the Greek people dealt with epidemics, for example, as a threat to be guarded against. On the other hand, in folk tales are not presented that strong, something that means that death itself is ridiculed. It is also noteworthy that in the case of the folk beliefs examined, within their narrative texts themselves, proverbs are used, which function in a formulaic and rhetoric way, but at the same time highlight the fusion, the combination of genres, and make the folk's perceptions of various issues more clear, since they reveal, according to Alan Dantes, folk ideas which are units of worldview. Finally, the complexity of human thought in traditional societies emerges through the practical philosophy of everyday life, where aesthetics and ethics go hand in hand without being considered independent, but complementary, reflecting that way the view of folklore itself as a connection between poetics, considering proverbs as a kind of poetry of everyday life, and rhetoric as a means of argumentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was most interesting, and we are so glad that you have shared your findings with us. So I'm sure that there will be quite a few questions concerning the topic. So let's start.
So thank you for your very interesting talk, presentation. I am here thinking about that in our country after this epidemic time.
I'm sorry, but I cannot hear you.
Is it okay? I can't hear my voice.
Can you hear us now?
Please try again. I can hear
okay.
you, Joanna, but I cannot hear the audience.
So, are you hearing me?
And now, can you hear?
Can you hear us?
Yes, now yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for your interesting communication here. And when you announced your topic, and it's very interesting for me, why? Because in our country we have several anti-proverbs which we use the word COVID already. So I'm here, when I was just wondering, do you have such kind of proverbs which you use in Greece maybe with the word COVID or something like that? Yeah.
Yes. In a few months, there is going to be published a paper from the English Folklore Society and the Royal Anthropological Institute in London. It's a book about COVID studies where I publish with a colleague of mine, Mrs. Marianti Kaplanoglou, a paper about how the COVID epidemic created new anti-proverbs on Twitter. So yes, this is a trend that we had here in Greece, and I think that the findings are interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. And now Oti would like to ask a question.
It's too short.
Thank you, Georgios. I thought about this about this new COVID and those conspiracy theories and folk beliefs we have nowadays. Do you think that it is possible to find something? This is not about proverbs, but about this kind of how people make those tales, kind of tales about now this COVID, or what is behind this COVID? What bad things are behind?
I think that here we may have to do with conspiracy theories that many people believe in. So some folk beliefs may come up. The same thing maybe sometimes have to do also with proverbs. I mean, from what I said earlier with the anti-proverbs for the COVID disease, and especially for the vaccination process that I've studied and the paper that will be published, some of them are inspired by conspiracy theories of about what the vaccines may have and what possible medical problems may create in the future, etc. But to be honest, I don't know what exactly happens with folk beliefs nowadays on this topic.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question, short question. Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to thank you very much for being with us and presenting your findings. They were really very interesting and we really enjoyed listening to your presentations. And we do hope to see you in person next time in Tavira.
Yes, I hope too that in 2023 I will be with you.
We
thank you very much.
Looking forward to that. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you. So thanks you very much again, Gregorios. And our next speaker is going to be Khurshida Jalilova, who is an assistant professor, if I'm not mistaken, of Faculty of Foreign Language in Uzbekistan. Khurshida will be speaking on the role of folk proverbs in Uzbek Jadid literature, also most interesting subject, so the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, dear professor, dear guest. I am Jalilova Khurshida. I am from in Uzbekistan. I am an associate professor at the National University of Uzbekistan, named after Mirza Ulugh. My theme, the role of folk proverbs in Uzbek Jadid literature. So, folk proverbs have served for centuries to make our speech wide, colorful, rich, and rich. The Uzbek literary heritage cannot be imagined without religious and wise saying. Folk proverbs, which are wise, artistic, and imaginative reflection. It is not in vain that our people say, The word of father is the eye of the mind. Because, by the way, it is no coincidence that the proverb in Turkish Old Uzbek language called atasözü, in English father's word. Because in the East, in particular, and in the Uzbek families, the word and decision of the father plays an important main role. Proverbs perform not only an aesthetic but also an educational function. Folk proverbs have been created for several centuries, and they are not only activity used in folk speech but also express it in monument created by writers. We can observe in the interest in Proverbs from a scientific and literary point of view in the work of Yusuf Khoskhajib, Mahmud Kashgari, Ahmad Yassavi, Raghbuzi, Lutfi, Alisher Navai, Babur. Folk proverb have served for centuries to make our speech wide, colorful, and rich. The Uzbek literary heritage cannot be imagined without folk proverbs, which are wise, artistic, and imaginative reflection. Folk proverbs play an important role in text of fiction because proverbs are an important element literary work. In their works, the authors use folk proverbs to describe the heroes to the work, to create the national color, and to express their attitude reality. According to the ideological content of literary work, proverbs can be used on various topics such as patriotic, peacefulness, diligence, as well a proverb that describe people's behavior. Short and capacious with deep meaning and vitality, folk proverbs did not live in indifferent representative of Uzbek Jadid literature, like Furkat, Behbudi, Cholpan, and etc. In the work of this writer, Proverbs served as a golden bridge connecting written also literature and folk oral art. Uzbek Jadid. Jadid is translated from Arabic language as new. Jadidism arose in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It was based on the achievements of former literature, former philosophy. One of the supporters of the reforms were the famous educator Behbudi Fitra Cholpan, who saw way out the impasse in enlightenment and in the unity of Turkic peoples. The Jadid made great effort to implant enlightenment in practice, opening new methods, schools, libraries, publishing textbooks, newspapers, and creating the first theater, which was a complete novelty for population. During this period, Uzbek literature began to change both in form and content. Jadid writers began to write their work in prose in such genres as essay, short story, novel, which are characteristics of European literature. Until that time, Uzbek literature was created in the traditional Oriental poetic form. In the work of these writers, Proverbs served as a gold bridge. So, paying special attention to Proverbs on the theme of motherland, the author's addition to strengthening the feeling of homesickness, the power of the impact the word comparing their country with another country showed its positive and negative sides, inspired the spirit of patriotism to the contemporary readers. Analyzing the work of Jadid writers, we observe that they quote folk proverbs exactly as we mentioned above, while preserving the meaning, change some word in the proverb, and in many cases express their opinion using the meaning of the proverb in the work. The process of careful reading the work allowed at the first this thought seemed to be independent opinion of the authors. It is undoubtedly an independent opinion, but it is not difficult to understand that these thoughts and ideas are based on folk proverbs and wise words. It is possible that the meaning and essence of folk proverbs express it in other words in the text. It is known that Mahmud Hoja Behboudi, the leader of Turkestan Jadid, traveled to eastern and western countries several times and wrote down the travel details in his travel memories. In the work Kasti Safar, which belonged to the genre of road essays, he described the country, people, nation, lifestyle, clothes, customs, and other ethnographic events he visited, while thinking about science, culture, literature, and art. Our poor Turkmen relatives still live in semi-barbaric state with poverty. We have a new form the word, even from themselves. They don't know that the time has come to put a pen instead of a dagger. Reminded the reader of the Proverbs, knowledge brings happiness. Knowledge is more expensive than state. In the article, not two but four languages are necessary. Addressing his compatriots about the importance of knowing Turkish, Arabic, Persian, and Russian language, he wrote that one who knows Turkish now time in this age, commercial work, industry, and country affairs, even the religion of Islam and service to the nation cannot be without knowledge. And language, it reminds me of the folk saying, one who knows the way will not stay. In Uzbek version, bilim baxt keltirar, knowledge bring happiness, bilim davlatdan qimmat, knowledge is more expensive than wealth. It is a folk proverb. Example, hubbul vatani min al iman, vatanni sevmoq imondandir. In English, to love the country is from faith. It is a saying and wise word. Abdurrahman Fitrat, Manifesto of Turkestan Enlighteners, discussion with the Frenchman in India about modern scholars. He is Jadid writer too. His books was completed in 1909 and was published for first time in 1911 in Istanbul. Later it was given the short name Munazara in English. Discussion, yes, conversation, discussion. As a French traveler confirmed, good deeds are not possible without good education. No one can have good morals without education. Our first bringing is from our mother. If they themselves were not educated, we will always have bad morals from their upbringing. In Fitrat's story of Indian traveler, the writer also puts forward the idea of discussion. These two works are similar in form and themes. These two works are thematic and in a certain sense in them the events that happened at the beginning of our century are analyzed by a patriotic person, and the thought on his matter complement each other. In the story of Indian traveler, the writer skillfully used the proverb, one sight is familiar, two sight is knowledge. Two character, bir ko'rgan tanish, ikki ko'rgan bilish in Uzbek. Two character of the main character, that is foreigner from India who met during the trip. For example, a nation that has nothing but steadfastness and endurance can have everything. A nation that has everything but steadfastness can be left with nothing. One may nothing. In this work, Fitrat also cares about poorness and gives example from the Quran and Hadith. Good is poor, loves purity, likes to forgive, is generous, and loves generosity. And in our opinion, religious scholars at that time contrasted the new views of Jadid with Islam and branded them and infidels did not send Muslim children to Jadid schools, even burnt down schools. And because of the ignorance movement against separation in general, the verses of Quran and the verses of enlightened writer, we think that encourage them to refer to Hadith even more. Conclusion. Several proverbs were given in different forms in the text. Proverbs were created by the people or with some words and sentences change. Some cases we witness the expression of the author's thought which remind the general meaning and original context of the proverb. Through Proverbs, Uzbek Jadid writers, along with the artistic enrichment of the style of their works, managed to draw the attention of their readers to folk wisdom, instructing their contemporaries to spiritually get closer to the people. They guided the way to the freedom of the country and, most importantly, enlightenment. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for your attention, and sorry for my English.
Oh no, it was very communicative, really. It was really very communicative. We understood, I think, everything. Am I right? Absolutely. So we are so happy to have you with us because it was really interesting from a linguocultural point of view. We could also listen to your language, which is most interesting. I think many people have never heard this language, so even the sound is very, very, very interesting for us. Thanks again. And now I open the floor to the questions. So I'm sure that maybe you need a minute to formulate this question.
No question.
Yeah, there is a question from Rui.
Please excuse me for not knowing. What are jadids?
Jadid translate new. Jadid is movement. Jadid is not political, but social and literary movement too. Jadid literature, it is period 19 and late 19th and 20th century, began 20th century, this period. Uzbekistan was Turkestan. Turkestan include not Uzbekistan, but any country post-Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan too. And this period, Uzbekistan was part of Russia Empire, beginning 20th century, and our country don't independ because Jadid writers was very intelligent, very active. He was many English foreign language too. He studied in foreign countries, Turkey, Istanbul, Turkish, Germany to Russia, Kazan University, Moscow University. But he believed that enlightenment people maybe change our social life, maybe bring independence. But 30 years old, 20th century, in post-Soviet Union was repression. My granddad was Jadid too. He was repressed. He was a scholar. He was pupil of Behbudi. I talk. Behbudi is leader. Our Jadid, not only Uzbekistan but Turkestan too. Turkestan was very great location in this time. Its time was very difficult and afraid, very afraid. If you our Jadid writers and political didn't didn't kill, didn't repression, maybe our country will be independent more later, early. Our independent, 20th century, 1930 years old, after reorganization Soviet Union, but today we learned, we research heritage, Uzbek literary, philosophy, political. In Uzbekistan have museum of repression. Any material in this museum, take any country, St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Germany, because our many Jadids was in Germany to study in Germany, and it's especially any Jadids was young man, Bihbudi leader. He was 30 years old. Cholpan and younger. He 11, 12 years old. He wrote first poem and theoretical book named Adabiyot Nadur. What is literature? He was very young but very smart. What? I am proud my granddad. His name is Ismatullah Rahmatullah. He was born in Samarkand. Today, middle school in Sencher, Samarkand, near Registan, named by Ismatullah Rahmatullah, named by Ismatullah Rahmatullah, and sculpture. Welcome to Uzbekistan. I show reality.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer and also the invitation. And now one more question. Who was going to ask this question? Lisa.
Yes, thank you. Not question, but I commented. Now I understand the point there in your abstract, filled with a sense of patriotism. I think that most of proverbs are filled with patriotism, but in this context it is much more than only the normal patriotism, because when traveling and like that, but it is a good way to tell that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this insightful comments. Thank you very much. And many thanks to you for your presentation. It was really great, and I'm sure that if your grandfather lived, he would be most proud of you, absolutely. So thank you very much again, and let's clap.
So much, thank you.
I think that we are a few minutes earlier, but we can slowly begin, because it takes some time, these technicalities, okay? So maybe I will slowly start to present our next speaker, who is Katalin Varga from Hungary. And the talk will be devoted to a Hungarian historical proverb that is set in a contemporary context. So it fits in with a paremiological analysis of political discourse, mostly rhetoric. So are you ready to present?
Yes, sure.
So the floor is all yours.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. So I would just, as in this paper, context is very important, I would like to just add a few words to the context of my research. And I have to say that as a folklorist and a folklorist of short forms and often working with archival material, I often meet the lack of context that was already mentioned in some of the presentation. But for today's topic, I decided to choose a specific instance of proverb use with a rich contextual background. And this lies in the larger field of proverb use in political rhetoric. The exact starting point for my paper was the inaugural speech delivered on the 16th of May in 2022 by Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, after his party Fidesz won the parliamentary elections for the fourth time in a row, and he started his actually fifth cycle serving as a prime minister. So this is him, and his first office was from 1998 to 2002, and now from 2010 he is prime minister of Hungary. And in his speech, he used a number of proverbs and proverbial expressions, partly from the common stock of European proverbs and partly texts of specifically Hungarian origin. Among the latter, he used a Hungarian proverb, or actually, as we will later see, an expression connecting two proverbs that are deeply rooted in a specific historical background. What interested me in this is the specific connection between the historical background and the contemporary context. So, to understand the meaning of a proverb in a certain situation and the motive behind the use of proverbs, we have to address a number of aspects. Personal style, the performative situation, the topic, occasion, and the audience, and also the comparative context, that is the origin and history of a proverb and the use of this proverb in other sources. So I will not touch upon all these aspects and contexts today, but I will try to address the three main aspects or contexts. That is the context of the actual speech, secondly, the origin and the historical contexts of the selected proverbs, and third, the context of Viktor Orban's political rhetoric and style in general. But before starting this, I would like to refer just very briefly to a topic which is very interesting, connected to him or any political leader who is long in office or long in politics and also media, and that is the topic that Viktor Orban is depicted in contemporary folklore in different ways. So that would be also an interesting topic to discuss, how he is shown as a folk hero in narratives, how there are belief legends known of how he was chosen to be the leader of the Hungarian nation, and how the knowledge was passed on to him. And also a number of anecdotes, jokes, anti-proverbs, and rewritten or modified folk songs, among other genres. And I will just show one example that is really simple and typical, but doesn't need a lot of explanation, and at the same time is proverbial in nature. So this is an internet meme with the text saying, and they say that the devil doesn't sleep. But now let's move on to the actual topic of this paper, which is not folklore about Orban, but his specific choice of proverbs and use of proverbs and the historical context. So the speech that was given by the Prime Minister starting his fifth office was given after his party, Fidesz, won the parliamentary elections and received an absolute majority of votes after 12 years in government. In this speech, Viktor Orbán used a number of proverbs and proverbial expressions, and I would like to show examples of these in the order as they appear, connected to the topics touched upon in the speech. And I quote the Proverbs from the official English translation of this text that is, as well as the original texts available online and can be read. So, first, of course, he thanks the people for putting their trust in him and voting for his party, and stresses the absolute success in spite of all the hardships. And as he stresses the importance of cooperation in troubled times, he uses an expression that is not a true proverb, but proverbial-like in its wording. That is, consensus should not be thought like some kind of Easter egg. It has to be created. And then he goes on to speak about the age of danger we are living in, with the coronavirus pandemic, the war, the energy crisis, and also other threats like migrants and gender madness. But he stresses that in fighting these hardships, we can succeed because Hungarians are honed from the hardest wood. And so we are stubborn in our resistance to decline, what is forced upon us by outer sources, outer forces. Then he talks about the war in more detail and the security of Hungary in this situation. And he says, the old Roman saying still applies. You cannot see both the beginning and the end of things at the same time. In other words, a war is easy to start, but difficult to end. And then, connected to this, he continues with the topic of the European Union and Brussels as an antagonist or as a constant source of danger, and the safety of the continuity of 1,000 years of Hungarian life, and the Hungarian quality of existence in the Carpathian Basin. So he says on this topic, Hungary will not block sanctions as long as they do not cross the red line that is Hungary's defense of its economy. And we will somehow manage the situation in the spirit of live and let live. And he follows by speaking of Hungary's place in the European Union and saying when we look ahead to the next decade, we see Hungary in the European Union determined to fight for its rights and to seek allies to renew the Union. So how does he see the position of Hungary? He says, our economy is stable. We are standing on 2 feet, and this makes our economy crisis-proof. And after some further words, he says, to sum up, even in such difficult circumstances, we and I are committed to Hungary moving forward, not back, which is again not a proverb, but a slogan, a political slogan from his campaign and from his political rhetoric. And though he said this was to sum up, he actually goes on to the most powerful part of this speech, of which I will show a longer excerpt. And he goes on with this last section of on the past, present, and future of Hungarians in the Carpathian Basin. And this is where the speech builds up to a final bulk of proverbial expressions. So finally, I would like to say, I quote, it is important for a nation to know its place in the world. Today, Hungary, alongside Poland, has become the last Christian conservative bastion of the Western world. The way we think about the world and the future is different from that of the liberal globalist mainstream. And we are building our country in a way that is different from the way they are building theirs. We may be able to live side by side with one another. After all, we believe in the benefits of competitions. But today Brussels strives for absolutism. Or rather, today Brussels is this symbol of the pursuit of absolutism and homogeneity. Politics, national governance, and even Europe can only be imagined and practiced in one way, they say. Anyone who does not march in step will be punished by the evening. Hungary is rebelling against this. We will not be brought to heel. Ugocsa non coronat. The absolute final words of the speech are again some political slogans with religious and both sports references. So God save Hungary, God above us all, Hungary before all else. Go Hungary, go Hungarians. But if we go back to this longer part, we can see a typical sample of Orban's current political style, which is often characterized by scholars of political science with labels like nationalism and populism. And in this example, it's the European Union that is depicted as a constant threat to the Hungarian nation. Most proverbial expressions and proverbs used throughout the whole speech are easily understandable and more or less common expressions that can be used in everyday speech, with two exceptions towards the end. First, the phrase, anyone who does not march in step will be punished by the evening, is actually a modified or actualized version of a Hungarian children's rhyme. The original being in a rhyming form, who does not march in step will not get a strudel or a cake in the evening. But this is used for political reference. But the peak of the speech emotionally and in message it contains is the Hungarian historical proverb that is actually in Latin, Ugocsa non coronat. But what is the meaning and function of this proverb? Do people even get the reference? I'm not sure. For the English readers, the text is made available with a short explanatory note that says, with these defiant words, the historical county of Ugocsa refused to approve the coronation of a new king in the Kingdom of Hungary, which is quite an interesting parallel. But if we look at the original Hungarian texts of the speech and not the English translation, we can actually find two proverbs after the sentence, we will not be brought to heel. And these are the following, Eb ura fakó, Ugocsa non coronat, which could be literally translated as dog is the master of dogs, or dog should reign over dogs, and Ugocsa does not crown. They share similar meaning or situational meaning or connotations which are rooted in a historical origin and context of these proverbs, which will be the second context that I will address. So at the first glance, these two expressions do not look very similar at all. The first one is in Hungarian, using two archaic expressions for a dog. The second is Latin, with the literary meaning that already addressed. But they tend to be used in similar situations, as they are both traditional expressions of protest and dissent that can be interpreted as a firm political statement in the current contexts. They also share the feature that they are deeply rooted and directly connected to Hungarian history. So if we look at the first first texts. It is first known from 1707 in a longer form, saying, "Dog is the master of dogs, Emperor Joseph is not our king." And it was used at an assembly of parliament in Onod, where the dethronement of the Habsburgs was declared by representatives of the Hungarian nobility. The origin of the second example is not equally clear. Some date it to 1725, but actually this expression can be already found in a letter written in 1655 that already refers to it as an old Hungarian saying, which doesn't mean that much, but it means that it was known at that time. And this assumed first occasion that it was used takes us back to 1527, when Hungary was divided in three parts, with Ferdinand ruling over the western part, János Szapolyai in Transylvania, and Sultan Suleiman occupying the central parts. And in this whole process, in the fall of 1527, Ferdinand I invited, who was the Archduke of Austria from 1521, and then King of Bohemia, Hungary, and Croatia, invited the Hungarian orders and legates of the countries and free royal cities to the coronation. The counter king, the already crowned János Szapolyai, as this narrative tells us, strictly forbade the representatives of Ugocsa county to participate in the coronation. And in this map of historical Hungary, you can see this gray, darker gray area showing Ugocsa County, which is a very, very small, actually the smallest county in historical Hungary. And they did stay away from the coronation, stating that Ugocsa does not crown. While this text also reflects resistance, the resistance of Ugocsa County, the smallest county, was probably irrelevant in this whole process, more symbolic than bearing actual practical use. So if we look at later texts and the use of these proverbs in later times, I just would like to mention results that we can find if you use a digital archive of scientific and cultural content, which mostly digitizes newspapers and scientific journals, and is called Arcanum. So these are mostly 20th century sources, but some are earlier than that. And we can, in this database, we can find 2,537 instances of the expression Ebura Faku, 842 instances of Ugocsa non-coronat, and 120 instances of the two proverbs combined. And even more if we leave out Ugocsa, for this is again a proverb that can be actualized, and other places or people can be used instead of Ugocsa, with reference of the same kind of resistance. So the two proverbs are drawn together by similar situative meaning, similar connotations, and the joint use can probably be dated back to a poem by Hungarian poet Endre Ady that was published in 1913, where it represents the rebellious character of Hungarians as a nation. if we look at some of these texts available in this database, we can find that while the use of this proverb in these instances is usually connected to resistance, it's quite often connected to a kind of protest that is actually pointless or even ridiculous for some reason, especially the person or group protesting being powerless or irrelevant. And the use of this proverb can also be commonly quite light-hearted or not very serious. In the case of Orban's speech, some journalists even suggested that he could be consciously including the dimension of irony while referring to Hungary's protests against the regulations of the European Union. And I will just briefly refer to a third context, which is the general use of proverbs in Viktor Orban's political rhetorics and style. To examine this, I have read a number of his speeches, of course not all, but I selected speeches for closer examination by choosing his 5 inaugural speeches and his State of the Nation speeches delivered each February, as these are similar, addressing the similar the whole Hungarian nation and addressing questions that are important for the whole nation. Based on this, I would just like to finish with some general characteristics of proverbial language use. Orban has a simple, often folkish style of speech in which he makes regular use of true proverbs as well as aphorisms, anecdotes, jokes, and exempla, and also quotations from Hungarian and international politics, literature, culture, and also commonly makes references to sport. He constantly uses and updates political slogans from his campaigns, usually using them as a closing formula of his speeches. The used proverbs can be traditional or modern from Hungarian or international origin. Quite often he makes a reference, his references using international proverbs. In some cases this is an actual reference, in others this is not true, but among others, he references Portuguese, French, Oriental, and even Dakota Indian knowledge and proverbs. And uses a lot of international proverbs without stating the origin, also adapted. Just one example could be, the grass is not greener on the other side of the fence after all. In his speeches, proverbs are always contextualized and often heavily modified according to his purpose. Especially in emotionally charged topics and situations, there is often a stacking of different proverbial expressions or a repetition of the same proverb later in the speech. And specific Hungarian references or historical contexts is not typical at all. So this use of these historical proverbs is more an exception to the rule as a rule. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The presentation was really interesting, and I think we have learned a lot about Hungarian discourse. So, now question time. So, who would like to start? Okay, Sasha.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. My first thought and question is, do you know who writes these speeches for him? Is it himself or they write them in the office? And if he has someone that suggests such a, let's say, strong proverbial statements as the Latin one? Thank you.
That is a very good question. I don't know the exact answer. So it's for certain a changing theme of speechwriters. And in some instances, as in case of the so-called Dakota Proverbs, it is known who is responsible, whose idea it was. So in this case, I do not know it. So, but thank you for the question.
Okay, anybody else who would like to ask a question? Professor Mieder.
Thank you, Katalin. That was great. I don't have so much a question, but I maybe can help a little bit. People who are in charge of studying political rhetoric pretty much know that, let's just take United States. All of our presidents, all the way back to Washington, had speechwriters. We know that. But the president, by signing off on the speech, it belongs to him or her. And that's the only way we can study political rhetoric, unless we, of course, know this. Now, with J.F. Kennedy, we knew that Theodore Sorensen worked very hard on Kennedy's first inaugural speech. And that famous proverb in it, ask not what you can do for your country, you know. We know that Sorensen, the historian, did research. I by now have found it in Wendell Holmes, about 1787. But it will always be associated with J.F. Kennedy, because his inaugural speech popularized it, you know. But we do have politicians, unfortunately very, very, very bad ones, where we know they wrote them all. I'll give you the most terrible example, Joseph Goebbels. Goebbels was very proud of the fact that he wrote his goddamn, I want to use that word, his goddamn speeches. I just read 13,000 pages of Goebbels' diary. Just finished a book on it. It is just awful. You have no idea what that man, in his personal diaries, what he wrote. You know, not just about Jewish people, everything. You know, Hitler used most of his own. Now, Churchill, of course, is the greatest political rhetorician. And Churchill wrote most of his speeches himself, Sasha. So there we know it. Now, one more point I want to make. I compared Churchill's speeches and Hitler's speeches, especially during the war. And now I think we really see the complexity of Proverbs. Let's just take the proverb, strike while the iron is hot. So you got Churchill convincing the Brits, strike while the iron is hot. We got to build the airplanes to go after the Nazi menace. Hitler used also the proverb, strike while the iron is hot, because we got to bomb England while it's good. So you see, two absolutely different politicians using, in a way, the same proverbs. And we see again, it's the context, as Katalin said. You know. But with speeches, Katalin has no choice. She doesn't necessarily know who helps Orban to write his speeches. But once a politician signs off on the speech and delivers it, that's all that we can do if we don't know who wrote it. You know. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. And I think it's last chance. So please, if you are going to ask the question, it's now. I don't see anybody who would like to ask the question. So once again, thank you very much. It was really great, enjoyable and interesting. And now I would like to present you, yes, of course.
Thank you.
And now I would like to ask to come here all the presenters for today. I mean 2 persons. Of course, there is a diploma for Gregorios, which will be forwarded to him. So I would like to ask Hurshida Jalilova to come here to receive the diploma. Can you come here, please? Okay, so congratulations on your presentation. We really enjoyed. So this is for you. And also a diploma for Katalin. Thank you so much. It was really great to listen to you. And first time in my life, I have a special diploma for the chair. You can't imagine how happy I am. So thank you very much. So thank you very much again for listening to the presentation, and now we can forward to next part. So thanks again very much, and let's clap for our presenters.
Now you have the break, and after we go to the municipal library. For most that don't know the way to reach the library, please follow someone that knows already the way. Thank you very much.